of ancient health cultures.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us for a free global online session this Sunday. Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this episode of Tai Chi and Qigong Special. Today's episode is about healing, about vibes, about energy, about meditation, and a traditional art form that we all will explore with the guests who will be joining us, as well as the experts whom we have brought for you to know more about how you can use and benefit from this traditional Chinese medicine of Tai Chi and Qigong. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. A silence.
Hello. Hello.
Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Global Namaste and welcome to this episode. Global Namaste to you, Kailash Parekji, and Global Namaste to our founder and director of Healing Our Earth, who has joined from London, Neil Kumar. A very good afternoon.
A very good evening to you in India, and good afternoon to Kailash and to myself as well here in London. Today is the exciting Tai Chi and Qigong, the harmony of Asian cultures. It's going to be beautiful. We've got lots of speakers lined up, and shortly Kit Sharp will be joining us, the episode producer for the first half. And then we've got other producers will be joining in later. Amrita, how do you relate as a yin and yang, Tai Chi and Qigong, and yoga and meditation?
Yeah, Tai Chi, Qigong, and yoga and meditation, all these are sister sciences. One developed at one part of the world and the other developed in the other part of the world. And whatever ideology these peoples across had according to the cultures as well as their tradition, they built it for the purpose which was very common, healing. So healing our earth, it was for healing our earth. And that is why the words might be different, the mantras might be different, but the moves that takes place are pretty similar to concentrate and to focus on your own chi, which is the same prana which you call in yoga, or you talk about the pranic force and the energy that we all collate and collect together and let it flow. And that's why there are so many beautiful moves of Tai Chi and Qigong, which are very beneficial, same as that of yoga. And both of them align with the meditative state, taking a person towards salvation through the alignment of the inner energy of pranic healing, which is the Qi.
Beautiful. And that, any age can practice Tai Chi and Qigong. You don't have to be crazy and go and wave your hands and arms very rapidly. I mean, it's beautiful. Let's ask Kailash Parekh, our resident panelist and a co-host majority of the time. Kailash, do you follow or practice Tai Chi and Qigong?
Yes, a global namaste to everyone, first of all. Like Amritaji just said, it's a very intertwined, interrelated with other forms like yoga practices. So I've heard of Tai Chi, but I've never been to any classes. But I know that it's a very gentle form of meditation and exercise. So I'm really looking forward to this session and hearing from the experts, because I really like to then imbibe little bit of Tai Chi. I do a bit of yoga as well, but it would be very interesting today for me to find out, about this practice. And like you said, it's just very it's an ancient practice, but it kind of, little bits from from other practices as well coming together and enhancing our flexibility. It stabilize our stress
State
level,
of mind.
and it helps with sort of grounding ourselves. So again, it's a form of meditation, I believe, as well. So I'm really looking forward to today's session.
Yes, book round, stay round. Those people who connected to us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, website, lots will be unfolded, and we've got so many people will be traveling so many different countries as well. A full action-packed Tai Chi and Qigong. There is also demonstration from Sifu George a bit later, so it'll be fun. Anakul, as a surgeon, you've handled many people and you are part of NHS. And yoga and meditation is being considered with NHS. Maybe hopefully within 2-3 years, it'll be part of it. Tai Chi and Qigong. Isn't it also time that we embrace that tradition and NHS maybe consider looking into it?
Absolutely. I do think, first of all, global namaste to everybody. I'm back after a few weeks of being away. uh, Tai Chi and Qigong, as well as yoga, are very much a part of many of the patients in the NHS who actually go without telling anybody in particular. In my clinic, lots of my patients say that ultimately I went for yoga classes, I went to yoga Pilates classes, I went for Tai Chi and Qigong. And I must tell you that I do recommend many people, because a lot of my patients are chronic pain patients. And they have been through everything: physiotherapy, psychologist treatment, pain consultants treatment, and many of them are no better. So I do refer them to Tai Chi and Qigong, and they usually come and say that they are much happier that way. The question is that we have not had any particular proper evaluation done. That's because there is no supporting structure within the NHS to carry out the research on these very fields. And I think this is where Keith Sharp has done a fantastic amount of work, but I still really want to connect to him and get some more information about these. But in reality, there is a certain element, I should not say it that way, but a certain element of arrogance in saying that we are not interested, we know what we are doing, and that's all about it. But in reality, there's a much bigger world. And I have been, in my own academic way, try to understand the Vedantic system of understanding what we call Turiya. And there's another system, what we call is a Tantric system, where you got the various chakras. And when you take these two together, you get the system where you combine these two, and what you call is the combination of the two systems, it actually makes it much better. So that is where I have also studied acupuncture in my own course. I've done my I'm telling nearly 35 years ago. I learned acupuncture in Special Institute in Calcutta, and there I learned quite a bit about yin and yang and various energy forces. For me, it was a bit of a funny word, yin and yang and things like that. But I spent 3 months studying that, and it was extreme. I was flabbergasted with the amount of treatment that could do, from optic atrophy to changes in the visual systems, managing gastroenteritis, and God knows what all. And I was quite surprised. The reality is that these things should be taken into account. And if we do not open our mind to these things in the world, we are actually being unscientific. If we say that no, this is not a part of science, that is not correct. We should
So
be able to say,
Anakul,
okay, we don't understand it.
Anakul, let's open our mind, and now we go to Keith Sharp. Amrita, you can introduce Keith, who is actually going through who's going to go through his personal journey and how he got involved with Tai Chi and Qigong. And we'll learn more, and let's see how we can help each other to bring this to fruition. So, Amrita, introduce Keith. And Keith, if you bring your screen rather than your desktop, yes, bring your screen. Amrita, let's introduce Keith and listen to him for the next few minutes and chit chat with him later.
you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, Keith Sharp. You are an episode producer of this episode exclusively, and you have been a big part of Tai Chi Qigong from an engineering background, bringing it to a community level program and launching it to a wide range so that people can have a global outreach of believing in the system of traditional medicine of Tai Chi and Qigong. Please share your views about that before we move on with our experts for today's episode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. And I do apologize for being rather slow on the uptake. I practiced this half an hour ago, and I'm now going back to my traditionals, which is, for some reason, I says, you are sharing the screen. I have my PowerPoint presentation, and your screen sharing is paused. Can you help me there?
Well, because you're not sharing the screen, you post it at your end. Share the power screen. It's a blank screen at the moment.
Yeah.
And while you are doing it, just send one to Nishit and me.
Keith, at the moment, what you can do is look on the Zoom bar. There will be a place where it says post on the screen share. If you just click on, there'll be like a play button. If you press play, it will share the screen.
I did this half an hour ago in readiness, and I'm now getting to a stage
We can
where,
see just your PowerPoint at the moment, but we can't
yes,
see the PowerPoint presentation, only the
Okay.
screen.
only the screen. What do I need to do to get it up? Because I got it up earlier on. Which one do I press?
If you press slideshow on the top menu,
Slideshow.
on the top of your PowerPoint.
On the top of my PowerPoint.
He doesn't seem to have that. I think it's a version.
It's there. I can see it. I can see. You see, I can see the PowerPoint. Just move your
Yes.
mouse to the top where there's a menu. Look for slideshow.
Above.
Just where your mouse is, go straight up.
I haven't got slideshow on there. Nope, not on that one. But share.
Nishit, he hasn't got the slideshow icon. The name up there. Keith, what you can do, stop screen share.
Let me go back and open properly.
Stop the screen share. Bring it on your computer what you see, and when you see the first content, then share the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Meanwhile, let's just keep on talking and everything. So,
well, I'm very pleased with the comments I've just heard, because that is very encouraging. Learning that somebody has actually been to Calcutta and heard the terms yin and yang, because that's going to come up a little bit later in my program. And I now have this. So if I screen share now.
Before you screen share, you should see what you want to show us on your screen, then join.
I have it. Yeah.
Yeah. Try that again. So Anukul, it's beautiful that you resonate, and because you are part of NHS, later when Keith is involved in the SATA organization to bring the tradition of Tai Chi and Qigong, and we got other experts. Nick will be here as well in about 45 minutes or so, and then other person will be here as well. So it'll be beautiful that we'll have a lot of people will be doing that. Kit, when you're ready, just bring it on. We'll keep on talking, so we are not. Yes.
Hey, by God.
Got it.
I do apologize to my younger generations. Right?
No problem. Carry on. If you could maximize the screen so we just see your slide, okay?
Maximize.
If you see at the bottom where it says notes on your PowerPoint. Yeah, on your right hand side, on the right hand side. There, just where your mouse is, just below your mouse.
Yeah.
Where it says notes below, on the bar below. Yep, there, stop. Go on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Go on the right, there's an icon which looks like a screen. The last icon. That one. Yeah,
Yes.
click that.
Wow.
Perfect. Now that's
I'm,
maximizing.
I'm finished now.
Okay, Krit, you can just zoom in straight away because we are
Right.
10 minutes out.
Let's go for this then. All right.
Yes.
I'm going to start at a very early age and hopefully go quickly through this. It's about energy, synergy, and leadership. And for some reason at school, I was appointed the captain of the school football teams, and I played for Southampton City and the county. But what has brought this back to realization is that my parents paid for me to do 2 trips to Benelux. And during that second visit, this gentleman on the left in front of the old bus, this is 1954, is that when we traveled through Luxembourg, I was very friendly with this gentleman. And when we crossed over the border to Germany, I had the impression that his attitude had changed. Attitude or demeanor, I don't know what it was, but I found a synergy to go and ask him what the matter was. This I now reflect as being probably the start of my link with the fantastic world we're in there today. This gentleman, Polish, he said, Keith, this is my problem. And he pulled up his trouser leg and there was a great piece of his shin area away. It was terrible injury. And I cannot use the words that he said to me because his English was good, but he said, this is what the Nazis did to me. And this is the reason my demeanor has changed since I changed over from Luxembourg to Germany. And on we go. So I left school at 15 without any qualifications, and I had what was called an indentured apprenticeship at the shipyard, and that was bench work and machine work. And I probably would be only too pleased to spend an hour on how to operate these machines. At 17 years old, I walked into the workshop, no safety glasses, no ear defenders, little training, with the words ringing in my ears, get on with it, sharp, which I did. And you'll see that there's pulleys and everything there. And it was an expression of introduction into the real world. During my apprenticeship, because it was indentured, and therefore I was fitter and turner, bench and machinery work. Can I do something with this over here? Can I minimize that? Yes. Can I? No. Anyway, during the third year, I was lucky enough to be transferred to work on 2 ships. You may recognize the Queen Mary on the left, and on the right is the Queen Elizabeth. I wasn't working on the deck. I managed to find a picture in a hotel. In the center here, the RMS Queen Mary, and I'm putting the screen arrow on the area that I was working in, which was in the boiler rooms. At the same time, well, not the same time, but during the same period, I had the pleasure of working on torpedo tubes for the Navy. And I went up to Barrow and we did trials on torpedo tubes. Equally, I then went to Tilbury Docks in London, which I'm sure some of you know, and I worked on the second P&O ship, Arcadia 2, and we were replacing turbine blades. And I had a 2-pound hammer in my hand and a big chisel, and I came home with lots and lots of blisters. However, this is now jumping quite a long time forward, but it has a resonance for energy. My wife and I were on holiday with some English friends that had travelled extensively. And one day we went to this little place called Rennes-le-Château, which is in the heart of the Albicinians and the Cathars. And over the door, there is a statement that says, excuse me, this is an evil place. Why was it an evil place? Because they used to carry out very nasty work in the Middle Ages by shoving the people over the edge of the cliff. Not very nice. But as soon as I entered through that doorway, my body shuddered. And I thought, oh, is really a naval place, and there's many stories based on this area. But we move on to the fact that during the apprenticeship, I moved on to some other works for a short time, getting to know what was around into the aircraft industry. But I joined an organisation, another part of Vosper Thornycroft in 1966, and I was installing and servicing stabilizers for 2.5 years, working on my tools. And you'll see that on the bottom center is a typical stabilizer fin. This was a medium size. And so on the top is a Southampton-based Shimara refit, which was it was owned by Lady Docker and her husband, and I did a complete refit on that. I then went to Portugal and installed the equipment on this left-hand side, the Donna Pila 2, which was the installation. And this picture is a part of a card I received from the owner for thanks, because in the trials, the water trials, the steering failed and we were heading towards the shore. And I was ready with my tools and I fixed the problem, and I got great thanks for that. We have P&O ferries, and over on the bottom right, which I think is covered by here, is the Leander class frigate. And I commissioned stabilizers on about 4 or 5 of these ships up in the Glasgow area, whereby we did trials, and we had some minor mishaps with instructions from the local Navy personnel, causing during the lunchtime period they wanted to carry out a certain procedure which I advised against, and that procedure resulted in all the plates, saucers and cups being swept off the table. So that's a stabilizer fin. And in 1969, for some reason, they made me a manager, and I then got involved in project management. And I thought, where's the links between what I'm trying to speak about today is energy, leadership, and empathy. Now, I have a number of countries I've been to, and I'm sure you're all familiar with the Sugarloaf Mountain in Rio. I had 2 periods there. One was setting up a team of people with their wives and children, but these were the ships on the top right, which were built 4 in England and 2 in Brazil, and I was in charge of the machinery controls, which were for the engines, the rudders, and everything else. But on a weekend period, I went onto one of the beaches and stood alongside a samba band. It frightened the living daylights out of me, the noise that came out of that samba band. I was shaking like a leaf and moved away. However, I then was taken up into the jungles, and this is, I'm sorry, it's not a very good picture, but I came across Macumba, an African activity, and I saw the remains of dead chickens, blood, etc. else. Energy, yes. Chilling, yes. But equally, leadership and empathy with people within the Brazilian Navy. Well, moving from stabilizers to my activities within the machinery controls department was the fact that they said, we want you to transfer over from hydraulics and mechanics over to electronics and to pneumatics as well. And after 3 weeks, I was asked how I was getting on, and I said, well, I can spell software. But they said, well, we don't need you to do that. We need you to actually do the management of this. And it was quite a challenge for me understanding some of the terms. The ship here, I think there was about 6 of these built in various locations in Spain. And during visits, I was called the local, I suppose, troubadour or something, because I used to spend hours in planes going from one shipyard to another. However, we managed to get the assistance of our technical department, And these 4 gentlemen are all Spaniards. And that lovely gentleman in a black tie in wide lapels is yours truly in his middle 70s. I went to Spain on numerous occasions, and then all of a sudden, Margaret Thatcher introduced force majeure. I'm sure most of my age people remember that we were no longer able to supply equipment because we were in the Falklands War. And it was my duty to go around talking to all the naval shipyards in Spain and assure them that it was a short-term activity. However, I wish I could move, I'll move that, okay, is that as a result, a few months later, after the end of the war, I was part of a small delegation from the shipyard, and this is the ambassador personally thanking me for the work that I did to keep the relationships going within the shipyards. So it was empathy, thanks, and I think also the fact of energy. However, I was also involved in activities in Indonesia, and you're seeing in the top center here are the Minister of Manpower opening up a ceremony where about 150 people, and below it is the speakers, and I'm second from the left. Don't I look young? Right, and we were talking about supplying specific hydraulic workshops, and at the end of that, this gentleman here, Minister of Manpower, what a wonderful title. At the time, there was 160 million people, and they were looking at devising their own Navy, Air Force, everything else. Then this guy came to me, and I ended up getting an invitation to talk to an organization called AC. And I said, I don't do air conditioning. And they said, no, it's aircraft. And they wanted me to do aircraft. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. Thank you very much. However, I was having the thanks from this gentleman, and it was fantastic. All right. So experience, energy, everything else. And here we have harmony. Harmony between British manufacturing and the Royal Indian Navy. Mumbai Dockyard. I spent quite some time there on equipment, and we went up into the hills to the INS Shivaji. Interesting place, very interesting. But my role was to actually manage some activities, including the setting up of a manufacturing joint venture in the Mumbai area. And if you don't know the story, is that most people call us English people limeys. And this was because in the days of sailing ships, scurvy was encountered, and they used to send them up into the hills to such locations and serve them with limes. Then Mexico, and I had the pleasure of I actually went myself to the Sun and Moon pyramids just outside of Mexico City. And again here, because I had not been involved in anything to do with Tai Chi or Qigong, I could not understand why I stood on the top of this pyramid and I was working out how they moved all these blocks of stones. But what I found was that I found a feeling inside me that said I have an association with this energy, empathy, I don't know. But I got on very well with people in Mexico, and I got invited by the Secretary of State for the Navy to discuss the provisional stabilizers for the next 5 ships. So empathy and synergy. I could spend hours and hours talking about the relationships there. However, we move on so that I'm not pushing too much of a time. The States, what an interesting place. I've been there some 25, 26 times, and I was dealing at one time with Bollingers in Louisiana, and we were supplying ship. Well, they were building the vessels, but they were made under license from the shipyard. And so I was involved in dealing with not just the people in the shipyard, but also people representing the Coast Guard. And with regard to understanding energy, what little while after doing Tai Chi, my wife and I went to the States, and we went to Sedona. Now, Sedona is a very, very central area for historical Native Americans or the ancients who traveled in that distance, and you can feel the energy, which I really didn't have too much understanding, but I did some Qigong up into the rocks, and it was quite moving. New Orleans, the connection with New Orleans and Rio de Janeiro is very rife in my mind because of the macumba in Brazil and the voodoo shops in New Orleans. Walking into these places, I always felt some form of synergy, some form of effect. But we looked at Montezuma's castle, thousands of years old, right? But at one particular stage, going back. I was in the main street in Nashville with my wife and two others, and I was always lagging behind, and I met this rather attractive young lady who was a busker. Not this lady in particular, but on her arm she had what we now know as the yin and yang symbol. And I asked her, what is your understanding of this? And she said, it is evil, good and evil. And I explained to her that it was not really to do with good and evil, it was to do with positive and negative, feminine and masculine. And as I was touching her arm, she asked me, what was I doing? And I said, I'm not doing anything. She said, well, I have this energy going all down my line, my arm. And I said, oh, that's just chi. That's just chi. That's just what I actually manipulate sometimes. So we have the yin and yang energy. And I used to run a test for people and say, what is yin and what is yang? What is negative? What is positive? What is feminine? What is masculine? And they 50% right, 50% wrong. Yang is white with a little bit of yin, and yin is black with a little bit of white. Okay, so we have lost a picture. I don't know where it's gone. However, in this blank area over here is a picture of the Queen Elizabeth II in dry dock. And I spent a couple of years project managing contracts within the dry dock area. And I was appointed to oversee the arrival of this ship here in the middle called the Sam G, which was going to be part of the Richard Branson transformation project that he had through an organization called British Clippers. And I met people there like, well, let's just say they were very, very interesting people with a lot of backgrounds. However, I had to get this ship off the area just outside Southampton Docks, September 1987. And it took me several days because the tides were up, the gales were up, but I had to have in the right hand here and the left hand, port and starboard, I had JCB removers, tugs out into the water to refloat this ship and get it back into the dry dock. And then people quite often don't recognize the importance of documentation. Now, if we go back to the picture of those machines, that was my first introduction into documentation, working to correct drawings, updating the drawings. And I had been made redundant from the dockyards, and I ended up being a sales manager for a documentation company in Cheltenham, which would mainly carried out work for the Ministry of Defence, GCHQ, and high levels of secrecy. Following 2 years there, I then went to a company. I was headhunted to join a company in Southampton, and I was project managing activities there. And one of them was the setting up of these modular buildings to house simulators for the tornado project. And we had one of these in the Dammam area and one in another area in southwest. And it was interesting that because we were subcontracted to 2 or 3 different contractors, I was in charge of putting 3 engineers into Saudi Arabia on a 3-year project. And this is where I really learned the necessity for financial control. This project, because I was managed to deal with the British Aerospace Direct, I went cash positive in 7 months. And I turn that and say, cash positive in 7 months on a project to last 3 years. Equally, I was also involved in some of the RAF activities, and we were producing containers to hold the AMRAAM missile project. So I also visited various RAF stations, and we were looking at also providing oil pollution control and maintenance for those activities. Then we come to Saudi Arabia. I'll just go back. This coincidentally, after 2 years, I was made redundant from this company because the projects were complete, basically, and they wanted me to go to Saudi Arabia. And I said, no, I'm not going to Saudi Arabia. No, I don't want to go to Saudi Arabia. And I know I've got the leadership, I've got the project management and all that good stuff. Well, they wanted to pay me silly money. And I said, no, I'm not going. Having made me redundant, I then received a call from Saudi Arabia and they said, we'd like you to come and join us. So I went to this company here, a major employer in the Gulf area particularly, but also places in Jeddah and other locations. And it held 22 companies. And I first went as a deputy general manager into the Marine. This is not the Marines, it's into the Marine. We had about 20 plus offshore vessels to supply the offshore oil rigs. Then they promoted me to become a general manager of an organization called Resale Services. And I phoned my wife and said, I've now made it. We have 500 skips, 600 portable toilets, and goodness knows how many of these waste lorries. We also had chemical activities. But what was most interesting was on 2 occasions I met this person. I had a signed copy of his book, but then one day standing on the 7th floor of this building, this gentleman finished a meeting with the sheikh who owned the company, and he was kind enough to say, I think we've met. And I said, yes, we have. General Sir Peter de la Billière. He was a commanding officer of all the British troops in the 1991 Gulf War. And I have never, ever felt such energy. This gentleman shook my hand and I virtually shook in my shoes. And we have the traditional mode of transport, which I have to say is I never got on one of these, but my wife and I were out on a on a Friday, and we were in the middle of the desert, came to a crossroads, and we were held up by the National Guard. And if you've ever looked down the barrel of one of these 55mm, it's not what you really say is a sunshine state. We were not in possession of our passports. We were not in possession of the Iqama, which we were supposed to carry. And I had a covering letter saying that I was dutifully employed in Saudi Arabia. And the person that came to read it turned it upside down, turned it round, and I thought we were in trouble until the sergeant came and said, "Sorry, sir, but this gentleman has only just come out of the desert and he doesn't write. He doesn't read and doesn't write." So I then came back to the UK and more technical documentation, business management, etc., and into directorships. I had some periods where I was out of work, so I did some other work. And then out of one of the temporary jobs, I was asked to actually go to this company, Rayco Recorders. You've all heard of the red box. They used to make them. However, I was in charge of the project called Call Center Applications. And they put me in touch with people who I found incredibly intelligent. However, in 2021, we had the computers on and watching the Twin Towers attack. And one of the employees of Rayco Recorders was actually killed in that attack. Again, is that energy? Is it connection? Is it, I don't know what it is, but it really shook the company. Let's move to Tai Chi in its fullness. This is what I got up to when I came back to the States, came back to the UK. I took a teaching certificate. I've got many other certificates, but I do not have, as I mentioned previously, any university degrees or anything like that. It's built on experience. Parkinson's. The people arranging this took 6 months to convince me that I could hold Parkinson's groups. I don't know what to explain here other than these people said, "You are doing something which we never thought we could." People could not walk through the doors, but it was a commercial activity. I needed to make money to keep the pensions, not the pensions, the mortgage going, right? So these people were fantastic. And note that they all have personalized shirts. In visits to the Far East, my wife and I have been to Hong Kong several times, and I'm in the middle of Kowloon Park here doing a sequence called the Cheng Man Ching 37 postures. And you can see one or two spectators, and over here, there are loads more watching this Brit do what they thought was, "Oh, that's interesting." And then I joined a group. And here is the grey-haired fellow with my wife, Liz. I met Liz in 1966. We married in 1969, and we just celebrated our 57th wedding anniversary. Equally, I supported charities where I ran an over 50s group. And one of the things I've learned is it's the majority of people that take up Tai Chi for health and well-being are the feminine groups, not necessarily the masculine ones. They think they want to do the things they did when they were 30. So this is a charitable donations to an organization within the Southampton area. I also introduced Tai Chi and Qigong for the blind, the visually impaired, and the people with multi-disabilities. And this gentleman here sitting down was blind from the age of 3. He was there when he was 20, and I had to describe a sphere to him. So I had to make up a ball and give him the ball and say, "This is where we use yin and yang energy." And then, of course, I had World Tai Chi Day, and this was the mayor of one of the local organizations that I had with me. So this is really in depth into the Tai Chi. And as a result of one of those Tai Chi classes, I got invited to teach Tai Chi on the 3rd Arcadia for P&O, and I did 8 cruises. When we're at sea, I had to do 3 classes of 45 minutes each. And when we're in dock, one class. Here is the remembrance. This bell was off of the ship, the second Arcadia that I worked on in 1958. How is the links? And you can see me in this fantastic Chinese suit where I had to do presentations, etc. And then going through the dry docks, not the dry docks, through the locks in Panama. And here we have a small group of people that I was teaching on board. This lady in the seat was around 74 years old at the time. And one of the questions that I had to answer was, are you suffering from any medical ailments? And then she started laughing and she said, they're asking me if I'm pregnant. We had some great times, and here we are on the deck actually doing some work with the group, one of the groups. So we come towards the end and say, have I had connections with energy? And the answer is from Willie in 1954 through to Monzima's, Sedona, the lady in Nashville, the jungle, the voodoo shops, and the answer is most definitely yes. And then I'm coming to the end of my word and saying I've done a number of articles. This was done, I don't know when, probably in 2006 or something about that. I was interviewed by the local paper. Met a Tai Chi expert who found that the martial art helped change his life after suffering a heart attack. It is nearly 30 years since I was rushed to hospital with a myocardial infarction, and the combination of Liz, Tai Chi, and the medical profession, I'm still around to do these things that I hope you find interesting. And to finish, this is a posture called Zhamzhong, very powerful, just to breathe. And I normally had this as a competition, trying to say, where is this? This is actually in a park in Southampton. And it was taken back in 2003, 2004. And this is, you can see the back is straight. The elbows are loose, the shoulders are soft, the head is focused, the eyes are focused, holding a ball, feet nicely planted for balance. And that concludes my, so stop share. All right, okay. And I hope some of you found that of interest. And if you have any questions, you've now got about 10 minutes or a few minutes anyway. And I see that I've got both my next speakers lined up. Thank you very much for attending early. Any questions?
So Keith, when exactly did you feel that Tai Chi and Qigong is something that you want to lead with your expertise in your previous profession, that you felt that you would make a difference, and you are very keen to bring some scientific data, and you're very keen to bring why it would be beneficial, particularly because you are from UK, you have been based some of your studies for NHS, and you're setting up a very specially advisory setup, which will become part of SATA, which will be a global association. So that will be also very good. So exactly when did you feel that vociferously you want to pursue?
I think it was back in 2016, or just before, when I was running classes at in an area that I wouldn't call where they were less well off, let's just say that. And so it was a community-run organization, and I realized that I was no longer teaching, and I was sharing, seeing people who could not turn round without falling over unless you did it very slowly and logically. Parkinson's people who could not go through the door because their feet would not do it. I felt I didn't know what it was that I actually felt, but I realized that I had something to offer, which was the ability to do some marketing, to do some promotional work, and do some physical type of work with people in the area. I then set up a small group which ceased to operate a few years ago, but I felt the synergy with people. I had a Reiki expert in one of the classes, and the power between her and I was so strong that she had to leave the class because of the energy, the chi that was being shared. So in 2016, I really made the first proposal that said, I believe Tai Chi and Qigong should be recognized by the Department of Health and Social Care. And since then, we've been working slowly, getting more people involved. I had to get business for myself. So within 6 months of leaving full-time work, I had 13 classes a week running. Then I realized the difference between the people who were martial artists and those of us which were not really involved in martial arts, but were involved in health and well-being. So in 2017, I introduced colleagues to the what is the professional organization in here for health and well-being in sports and physical activity, which is the Chartered Institute for the Management of Sports and Physical Activities.
So different direction for at least last 10 years, you're bringing that direction and focusing on one of your legacies to bring the young ones so that they can carry on the work very much. Kailash has got a comment to make. Kailash, you had a comment, so go ahead, and then we'll go to Amrita Anukul, and then we will be inviting our Robert shortly in about 10 minutes so that he can tell us more about Tai Chi and Qigong. So Kailash, go ahead.
Hello, namaste, Keith. This was really, really interesting. Your life story. I was really, really inspired. And what I like most about it is you've traveled all the countries, and you've spoke about the energies coming from the different environments and in the stones as well, which was quite powerful, really, because like you said, the energy is everywhere, and you in tuned with it as well. And you've decided to take this forward into your lives and now promote it to others. It's absolutely amazing. So well done, and thank you so much. I'd like to be your student, to learn more about Tai Chi from you. So thank you so much.
It would be lovely, but I finished teaching back in 2019. But we mentioned the legacy is that I ask people who are of a similar age to myself or just a little bit younger, what is your succession management policy? How are you going to actually deliver this in the years to come? And whilst the two gentlemen I'm going to introduce will say, well, they're not actually youngsters, but they're a lot younger than I am. My colleague here in Southampton is still, and I introduced him to teaching because he was earning less money than I could earn from teaching. And I see things in a commercial situation as well. I do not believe in the weekend wonders, what we call the charlatans, the people who pick up a piece of paper and say, I've got a certificate. No, the harmony is not just between the Chinese and the Indian cultures. It's about the skilled workforces that I represent and the academics to be able to get that forge to say, let's recognize our true worth between each other. I find that the challenge for me is to be as eloquent as the lady from India called Amrita. However, several trips to India have convinced me, and I have had the massages and the various things, and I did a bit of yoga, and at that time I didn't realize how important it would be, but I am absolutely convinced that the number of people that we've met on this forum are so open-minded to the future that in 10 years' time, I believe that Anukul will be saying, we had this guy, we've got these people doing the work now, and that we have approval from the NHS, that it's not just saying, oh, we know Tai Chi is good for you, but in April the 26th, I'm down to do a presentation regarding the Global Expert Advisory Group. And what we've done there, Anulka, is to identify 10 medical challenges that we can get actual evidence scientifically and financially beneficial, so that we can show that if we could get X number of £1 million out of the NHS or the government, we could save them trillions. All right. And we know that the NHS spends 2.3 billion, I think, a year on falls. Well, if we could prevent that and bring that down to 1.5 billion, that would be very good. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Keith. So we will dwell more on it. Anukul will contact you maybe 7 days from now
Okay.
to
Thank you.
explore
Yep.
embracing that tradition into the master science and tradition that is being formed. And that sector will be very good. Some of the methods that you put will be very good. You and Anukul now know through the healing platform anyway. And in Amrita, so you can see that Kit has got in his previous profession affinity to India because he had traveled there. Tai Chi and Qigong, he's now full member of Healing Our Earth here as well and knows so many people over here. Your comment on how his journey has came and how he came to become spiritual, and now he's sharing his wisdom.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, and thank you, Keith. When we had our conversations, I had already known bits and bits, but now I've really seen it as well. And I can assure that these kind of changes. So one is a person joins something and just because it's his profession. And another is he gets healed by himself and then he takes it as a mainstream work as is a very different ideology. These two things are very, very different. So a self-realization from a person who was in his profession and then he realizes what benefit it gives to people and to himself is very different from somebody who was in some different stream and explored himself and then wants to take it as a mainstream. This is a real, I would say, community service, a real karma yoga, I would say, from your side, a selfless service from your part. And we definitely would like to put our hands and join you with this noble cause that you are working with, and specifically at this time when people are so much outraged mentally, spiritually, physically, and they need solutions to a lot of things in a non-pharmacological way, I would say. And that's one of the best modalities.
Indeed. Yeah, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Amrita.
Okay.
Very good comment and noted. Anukul, I'll take a quick comment from you for a minute before we go to Robert from Elemental Tai Chi. So we will get some different perception. And as Keith says, much younger than us, but very trendy and with wisdom. And after Robert, another exciting person will be joining because we got a lot of people tapped to us from East Africa. I think, Keith, from what you were telling me, Nick was also dabbling something into Kenya. So it will be very beautiful for the East Africans to tap into it in half an hour from now. Anukul, your comment, and then we welcome the smiling Robert Joyce.
I think it was fantastic hearing Keith about his work on patients with Parkinsonism, because as a spinal surgeon and activities like that, I do face many patients who have a tendency to fall, not able to manage their balancing properly, and they require a lot of time to learn the proprioceptive function of the muscles. And I often try to say that you got to learn to listen to what your body is saying rather than trying to perform a physical action. So my question will come later to all the speakers who will be talking about Tai Chi and Qigong, is how much do they concentrate and focus on their body rather than performing a physical function? And that's one of the questions that I will be asking at a later stage. I'll try to listen to everybody first and understand it. Because usually I tell to say that while I try to lift something by hand, it is not lifting action. It is how you connect yourself to the body and every muscle and how you work with the proprioception. And that's what I want to learn from you all. I tell that to the patients, but possibly not well informed.
I love it. Anakul, mind over matter, physical and mind. It makes difference. So Robert will throw some light and Nick will do that as well. Keith, while you're there, CJ Rhodes, who we know very well, and she's from USA, will be appearing a bit later in the Sharon slot, has acknowledged your journey and found it interesting as well. Keith, over to you, and let's welcome Robert Joyce on Healing of Earth.
Right, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and those kind words that people have said, and the synergy between us, I think, is growing and growing and growing and growing. And the gentleman I'm going to announce now and introduce to everybody lives only 45 minutes away from me in the south of England. Robert Joyce, I've known for a number of years. He was introduced to one of our latest speakers, who we used to work together, but these things evolve. So I'd like to introduce Robert in as much as that we have some commonality. He's also from an irritating industry which wanted to make money. And so he's got some lovely messages. Robert, namaste to you, and thank you for attending and supporting me. Over to you.
You're welcome, Keith, and hello to everyone. So yes, I'm Robert Joyce of Elemental Tai Chi. I'm going to keep my bit about myself really short because I've been asked to talk about the benefits that students in the school that I run achieve, and so it's more about them and not about me. I've been training with my instructor for 26 years. He ran the Kung Fu school, so very much martial arts. For 25 years and achieved 8 people through to what he would term black sash, or the final sort of qualification. After that, there was a couple of years of learning how to teach. I specialized in Tai Chi, where other students in the school specialized in different things. And at the same time, I was also working in the corporate world, much like Keith, and doing rather stressful jobs, managing big projects, as a project manager and a head of projects for an IT company, etc. One of the challenges with that was that the stress of the corporate world, plus a few other sort of personal challenges as well. And ironically, the work that I was doing with the internal work, the Qi, the Tai Chi training, the Qigong training, if it wasn't for that, then I wouldn't have been able to understand and get through years of 13-hour days, etc., etc. So my teacher, unbeknownst to me, put my name on a list of suppliers to nursing homes and care homes while I was working in this corporate job. And in his words recently was that he goes, "I gave you a crumb and you made a cake." So I quit my job in 2012 and started teaching full-time in 2012 in nursing homes, care homes. I now run a Tai Chi school in the local area. I teach in the region of about at least 70 students a week in the school across 8 classes. I've done resilience to stress workshops for corporates, including Coca-Cola, Otsuka Pharmaceutical, and Shell Oil, and what have you, mainly dealing with the stress response and using the experience I had in corporate to deal with the stress. Strangely, actually just using Qigong and some breathing and sort of really simple work, which was getting quite a lot of really good results. So I've been asked to talk about the benefits that students in the Tai Chi school are achieving. And I've kind of put them into 2 main categories. And for the want of giving these 2 categories a name, I'm calling them external benefits and internal benefits. From an external point of view, learning Tai Chi and Qigong, and I believe the 2 go hand in hand, of course. The first kind of initial, we start at a very high level. It's literally the coordination. What am I doing with my hands? Can I basically pat my head and rub my tummy and sort of physically move to a particular pattern? At the same time, we very much are interested in our system in looking at stances and footwork. how do this particular stances correspond to movement? Where is the weight? How are we stepping? This on a very external, simple basis that will build strength in the legs. We have in Tai Chi, there's a thing called the Qua, K-U-A. There's not really an English translation. And it's all of the muscles at the top of the thigh as it goes into the hip joint. And so we very much are interested in sitting on the stool, much like the last picture that Keith showed you with him in the standing posture. Really good example of sitting on the stool. And that connects the top half and the bottom half of the body from a sort of external point of view, opening up the hips and allowing the weight of the head and the rest of the body to eventually sink down through to the feet. And I mention eventually because we're very much interested in releasing bound up tension in the body. And this is where I kind of move to the internal aspects of it. In terms of Tai Chi, one of the main principles is the principle of sung, or to relax. Now, that doesn't mean a glass of wine and you're watching TV. That kind of context of relaxing. It's relaxing the body within a particular structure or stance, a particular sort of holding the head in a certain way. Now, it takes time. Now, in all of this, and I'm being a bit strict about this, because the concept of chi and your bioelectrical energy that and many of you would know this as prana. The body has to be in a particular status or condition to be able to really connect to it or feel it or understand, or let alone or move it, if that is one's want. And all of the basic training, which does take some time, is to get the body into this particular condition so that you can feel that. My teacher would describe us as scientists. We are very much interested in not interested in magical thinking, imagining things and what have you. We don't use that sort of, we literally work with what we've got. So in terms of the benefits, the relaxing and the pumping of the movements of Qigong have really, in the school, one of the biggest benefits is blood pressure. The learning the Qigong set and getting the blood going, circulating. We've literally had students take their blood pressure, write it down, do the set of 8 Qigong patterns that we teach, retake the blood pressure. And if you had high blood pressure, the particular student, it dropped by 10 points, or what have you, is what he was saying. I've had a student in the improver group who's been training for over a year, and she only really does the Qigong set at home. And she's recently been taken off her blood pressure tablets. And I did quiz her about this because I appreciate this is anecdotal. And she claims that there was nothing else happening. She hasn't changed her diet. She hasn't done any other exercise. The only addition to her kind of regular daily life was adding the Qigong set from our system and doing it 2 or 3 times a week. And most of the studies do claim that regular practice is really obviously the key. One study that was done in China, they stopped the Qigong group for 12 weeks and blood pressure went back to the high blood pressure it was at the beginning. But this particular student was very much interested in the fact that the doctor had, she actually came to see me about it and said she's so pleased that she's now off these tablets, and she continues to practice, of course. So if we bounce back a little bit to the external and internal kind of combined, one's improvement of balance. Ankle, you were saying about the connection of the mind into the body. Well, we're very much interested in doing exactly that. Students have found that the relaxing nature of Tai Chi, keeping the mind in the center, the sort of center of gravity point below the navel, and using the mind to release and relax the body, combined with the Qigong patterns and the various forms we have, they help to open the body up and stretch out the muscles and tendons to enable this relaxing to happen. This is why in our system, we don't actually do standing post meditation until later in the system, where the student's body is a little bit more prepared. If you try and do standing post training with tension in the body, and everyone's got tension, but a lot of tension, then you're kind of trying to force it into place and it tends to aggravate it. So the process is really one starting with external large movements and then gradually coming inside with the mind and connecting the mind to the body. Some students have claimed that their reactions have improved. There was personally, my kids, before they left home recently, were terrible at putting the shopping away. So they'd put the tins up in a high thing, up in the cupboard. And if I opened a cupboard and a tin fell, it would just land. It would land in your hand. You know, you're not conscious of that reaching out or where to put it. It just did it. And this connection has been cited many times by students, that they feel more connected. One student recently says she feels taller, how she walks and how she moves. It's been something that really surprised her. You know, her friends had noted she's walking differently. Now, if we go back to the internal side of things, if one's posture is organized and the bones and connections are all organized, then everything flows better. The lymph system is pumped on a regular basis. Now, this contributes to that strong immune system, and a lot of the benefits of the students have cited, and we've had 5 pages of testimonials from students just recently, because we're launching Elemental Tai Chi online next month. And the testimonials blew me away, to be honest. I was utterly blessed. And interestingly, about 70–80% of those testimonials of students saying they feel more calmer, their balance has improved, they're convinced their immune system is better. About 70% of those testimonials, the students practice at home. And that is the key. It's like getting the student to regularly do the work. And stress, the benefits, more. I think probably every testimonial had something about the calming nature of Tai Chi and Qigong. And if we think about it from a physiological point of view, when you're stressed and anxious and worried, or you've got all these things, your sympathetic nervous system is engaged. And we're very much interested in the parasympathetic. And it's an absolute cornerstone of Tai Chi and Qigong practice, having the out breath longer than the in breath at a very basic level to help with that engagement of the parasympathetic. And often in students have often said, oh, I didn't. Now I know how calm I can make myself. I'm more sensitive to when I'm not calm. So we're kind of moving their benchmark of what their physiological condition is. And in our system, there's 5 different types of breathing to really advanced stuff. But even at a basic level, simply getting a student to understand how their out breath can be longer, then and that in itself engaging the parasympathetic, producing feelings of calm, which ultimately improves their form. Everything sinks, the muscles hang a little better, and the weight goes down, your center of gravity drops, and you become more stable. And it's that kind of stability that that students are often citing in the school. They're feeling calmer mentally, but it's a symbiosis between mental and physical calmness, if you like. There's one practice we do, and my teacher calls it the still pond drill. It's only because we train in the forest a lot, and there's lots of still ponds. And he would say the water has sunk to the lowest level, it's calm and tranquil. And we're trying to achieve the same sort of thing. One student has turned that still pond description into a verb and was found by her husband standing in the supermarket. And when asked what she was doing, she said, I'm still ponding. So she was keeping her mind in the center and using her body and using her mind to relax the body. She wasn't physically moving. I think that would have been a bit odd. But I'm very conscious of the time. So yes, that's kind of my kind of brief waffle of students benefiting from elemental Tai Chi.
If I may, all right, Robert, thanks very much. Is it going to take up one point which Anoko may be very interested in, that during the early part of running classes for the elderly in Southampton, I had a lady who she was 80 at the time, and that was back in 2004, I think, and she'd broken her shoulder, and they did a MRI test on it to see what the bone structure was like. And a year later, she went back for a review, And the consultant said, we don't know what's happened with your bone structure, thinking that something else was wrong. She said, why? She said, well, your bone density, and forgive me if I don't use the correct terms, please acknowledge what I'm trying to say, is that she came into the class and said, the consultant is flabbergasted because he asked, what have you been doing to increase your bone structure? I go to a Tai Chi class with this old fella, and it seems as though that's the only thing that's happening.
Yeah.
And so we tried to get in touch. Well, there was a talk many years ago with the Osteoporosis Society here in Southampton, but I'm afraid it's a very, I class myself as a dung beetle because it's always like pushing a big pool of something up the slope and then rolling back down again. So what Robert has been saying is, I think, in my terms of succession management, absolutely essential. He's learning the benefits of Tai Chi, the scientific relationships to it. And again, it comes down to how do we demonstrate that shoulder injury is being evidence to the
I had
Ministry
a
of
very
Defence?
similar thing, Keith. It's a very similar thing with students. One student has problems with her knees and her hips, but she went to the doctor, and the doctor was just she was stood, but she kind of sat on the stool and what have you. And the doctor said the same thing. He said, I and actually quizzed her about me and what the school was and what we did, because he said that her hip flexibility and her stability was beyond what he thought someone of her age would have achieved. And it's purely through training. It's purely through practice and training. And it's an interesting concept because I think there's so many modalities to this, because I've had students that have had MRI scans, and the consultants, it's a stressful thing, big noisy machine, and the consultants have been sort of nudging her, saying, well, are you asleep? They thought that she'd fallen asleep, when in fact that she was using the breath work and the relaxation and what have you. And they were just like, well, this is great because you're super still and super calm and what have you. I had one nursing home resident who couldn't talk because she had a tube in her throat. And she handed me a piece of paper, one class, and I read it in the car afterwards. And basically what she'd said was that the previous week she'd accidentally coughed out this tube that was helping her breathe. And she was taken by ambulance to the hospital, blue lighted to the hospital. And while they were fitting it, the consultants were saying, you're so calm, you're ridiculously calm. This is the easiest procedure we've done. And she said in the note to me that it was because she was doing the breathing. And this is the most basic of breathing, with the out breath longer, parasympathetic engages, reduces feelings of calm. And she was doing that in what could be essentially called a crisis, as the doctors were putting this thing back in her throat. So I've got hundreds of those anecdotes. It's been 14 years of that sort of stuff. But I think it's an important practice.
I think
Thank
also,
you. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Robert. Robert, let's come to a very important point in the current day and time. In many countries, not just United Kingdom, people are living way beyond the normal expected age. There are more requirements for elderly care, etc. Tremendous amount of data is required, and I see that you change your job and you love care home. I'm just going to show people, if they want to visit your website, so they can get an idea as to kind of thing that you are doing. Some of the elder people are watching, so if you want to go there, is Elemental Tai Chi. You can check it out. It will just appear. You'll see the logo. And there is Robert actually there sitting and teaching Tai Chi in a simple form while you are seated. Once you master this, and if you are able to drive, and you can do it while you are driving and stopping at traffic lights, and if it's safe, or when you are sitting and watching TV, you can see him over there. So let's come to a point. Have you got a particular regime that you focus with them? Are you approved by either care homes or indemnified? Because this could be quite useful while yoga and meditation is very rife here in London. since vast majority of the care homes in a big way are owned by the South Asians who have got a lot of influence in bringing that, maybe as we get discussing with you and Anukul and myself, let's try to bring in a fun way Tai Chi and Qigong into an influence where yoga and meditation is, but do it in a professional, consorted manner so that we can penetrate with benefits. So over the next 7 minutes, let's discuss about the elderly, how simple it is, how it can benefit them. But before you go ahead with that, Anukul, any question you would like him to include so that he can carry on in one go? Amrita and Kailash. Keith, I already know because you know, and you got the wisdom above us because of all the people over here. You are slightly ahead of us. So you know how the body, minds, and the bonds and the whole body functions. So there is a need for this. You are quite fit, Keith. So Anukul, your quick comment or a question. Amrita, Kailash, if you got a question or stuff, and then Robert can answer in 5 minutes in a conclusive way why he loves gently and advising the elderly into the care home and how we can bring it to a wider audience in a slow but sure method. Anukul, your comment, please.
Yes, thanks, Robert, for a fantastic talk. What I wanted to ask you was how comfortable or easy it would be to teach children in a very young age to control their breathing, because that itself controls the autonomic functions, and that also controls the emotions, their anger, and the ability to focus. Now, this focused attitude, which elderly people, we have never gone through the normal learning of how to control your breathing. But if that is introduced at a very early stage, it might be able to help them control their emotions, anger, and further complications. Interestingly, that was the essential part of teaching about 100 years ago in India, in something called Gurukul. That is where the teachers had to initially spend first 2 years with children to control the breathing and therefore the emotion and everything else. How do you think that something like that could be introduced here?
It's a really good question, and I've got first-hand experience of that with my own kids. I've got 2 daughters. Well, yeah, they're all grown up now. But in really simple terms, just that principle of getting the parasympathetic nervous system engaged by concentrating on the breath and having the out breath longer. And we're not talking about abdominal breathing. We're not talking about reverse breathing. We're not talking about all the more sort of advanced stuff. It's simply just connecting the brain into the breath. Now, I would say to my students that are of a retirement age or or younger, a bit younger, that our brains are monkey brains. They're jumping all over the place. Getting kids to do that, it's like that's like monkey brains on Coca-Cola. It's like they're often they're firing off all over the place, and having the and leading up to even teenagedom where there's more gray matter than white matter in the brain, and it's sort of sparking off all over the place. But I think it's a really interesting concept, and I think it should be used in schools. There should be something like that, especially these days, because attention spans are getting shorter for the screen-based kids that are looking at screens all the time. I think the advantage, one particular route in from that would be that it is such a simple thing, just to get to concentrate on the breath, in breath, the out breath longer. Doesn't take any huge amounts of qualifications to teach that. So you could potentially just have a very simple, sort of process where you would get as many people as possible. The teachers train the teachers to be able to do that. Your example of teachers in India, it's amazing. I think that can happen around the world because it should be part of teacher training, and to get the kids to spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes doing that to improve the focus and what have you. I'm 100% behind that. That's definitely a good thing. And that's ironically, after having trained for 26 years and do really quite advanced stuff myself and my teacher's lineage, it's the simple stuff, the really beginner stuff that actually starts to get, my teacher would say, teach the many to teach the few. And so being able to teach many people, would be, expect from a kid point of view, would be amazing. But just on the note on the nursing homes, so that was essentially my day job, and it is my day job since 2012. I think I've taken over, I think it must be over 6,000 seated Tai Chi classes in nursing homes and care homes. The syllabus that I run is ironically based on my martial arts training, and we do certain flexibility exercises with the hands and what have you. And these have been so they're really strong. Students absolutely love them. The residents of the homes have really helped. They've helped with arthritis. They've helped with rheumatism. I had one lady had gout in her arm and was doing these and supposedly cleared that all up, but I don't really know. She might have been doing something else. But in the nursing homes, we specifically go into these flexibility work for the hands and the tendons. The tendon exercises will build strength in the hands and what have you. We then do Qigong and a little bit of Tai Chi as well. And I've had activity coordinators say to me that a resident with dementia, just how they reach for a cup has improved because of that connection into the body. And we had a really interesting one lady who had dementia. She wouldn't know who I was from 1 week to the next. I used to make the mistake of wearing a black kung fu suit, and she often mistook me for a vicar. However, the particular pattern that we were doing from Grand Ultimate Beginning in Chen style is Immortal Pounds Mortar, but it involves a movement where you reach the hand out like this. And my teacher would always call it asking for money. And it was claimed that people with dementia haven't got the ability to learn. So what I ended up doing was getting to almost to this point, and before doing the move, she would do the move first and then say, "Where's my dollar?" And so the understanding of how the brain works, and I was there every week for a long time, so it was a lot of neural pathway work was going on with the constant repetition. And it really is my passion because, as well as the school, next month we're launching Elemental Tai Chi online, which is going to be for anyone really. But the goal is to change after that's launched, is to launch Elemental Tai Chi online for nursing homes and care homes. Because I teach online already for many homes, but the next thing would be to let's just do that. Let's get those classes online, so lots of homes across the country can benefit for like really cheap subscription thing, because it's not about the money; it's just about helping.
Thank you, Robert. We only got 4 minutes left, so let's have a rapid fire question and rapid answers in a simplistic form now. So, Keith, before we come to you, Kailash, your quick comment. If there's a question, make it quick, please. And then Amrita, then we come to Keith. Pete in USA, in case if you want to speak, just raise your hand, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. Kailash, go ahead, over.
Thank you ever so much, Robert. Very, very insightful. I'm also from the educational sector, and I work with young students who are studying with anxiety, depression. So what you just described would be very, very helpful. Just do a short kind of session with them just before they go in, just to calm their nerves down, would be fantastic. And you also answered my question about training, that you are launching it next month. So I'd be very interested in joining you in that, so I could learn the techniques to help my students. So thank you ever so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kailash. And if you go on the website, after you see the first picture, the second picture shows online. I want to make a quick comment over here. The elderly people are more receptive than the younger people and students, simply because they care for their health. So it's easy to get to them. Amrita, your quick comment, and then we take a comment from Keith, and we move to Nick tapping. So Amrita.
Thank you, Nilkumar. Thank you, Robert. That was wonderful talk, I would say, and your key focus on a particular stream and field is also very wonderful. I would also say, kindly work on producing more evidences on that, with more of the work that can be recorded, because that recorded work will be a very good presentation and a solid background where we can present this thing as a traditional stuff. Yes, this is what was done and this is what is the record. And so an evidence-based research things that you already do would be a great thing to contribute, and we all are also would be happy. I think Dr. Anukulji and Kailashji would align with my thoughts that we would be really happy in contributing that from clinical point of view as well as from research point of view to validate certain things in line with the kind of stuff, which would be very wonderful for the society and the world. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Kit will loop everybody in. Robert is on Messenger, WhatsApp, and a phone call, so you can connect. Robert, feel free to be part of this family and engage with people. Kit will introduce and send you the contacts. Somehow we have lost Nick tapping, so Kit, if you can prompt him to get back in, it is his
Yes.
slot now, and
Yeah.
we can meanwhile keep on talking.
The thing that I would like to stress is this situation with the children. I ran some classes for kids, and of course, out of a group of 10, 5 and 6 year olds, one was so overbearing and just disrupted the class that I've spoken with a number of people. And the one thing I'd like to promote now, although I'm not wanting to discuss it, is that Bill Douglas of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day has actually launched a couple of years ago his request, his dynamism, his demands, his recommendations are to have children throughout the world introduced to Qigong, particularly at their early ages, to have meditation, to have mind, body, spirit, mind, body, soul, rather, activities. And it's represented through his global transformation project, which I don't know whether Bill's going to be attending today or not, but it is going to be part of the World Tai Chi Day follow-up on the 26th of April. So wherever our friend from Kenya has gone, I don't know.
So Kit, if you can, I'm just going to mute you. If you can call him, I've just reminded him to come. If you could just call him and just to inform people that yes, Bill Williams will be coming twice a bit later. He's already on the multi-collage flyer, which is beautiful over there. So Robert, taking care of elderly is very important. Completely new data, new states are being made available. You will, as I say, you will notice they will bring smile on their face because they can actually see a bit of mobility in them, as opposed to much younger ones and the youth and say, okay, fine, are you done with? Thank you, I'm going to go to my next hobby. Wherein the elderly is and they need it. And when you are ready, maybe you can start meeting few people in the metropolitan area. There are a lot of Tai Chi and Qigong people over here, but because you've now specialized into it and you love what you do, it will be very useful to get into it in maybe, as I say, in a consorted manner. And as Amrita said, that any data that you can back up with, it doesn't have to be indemnified, but if it can back any data up, that will help, because the Science and Tradition Association wants to bring science and tradition and help institution, organization, governments, and health authorities to see how they can either be convinced or helped to bring traditional methods as well. I think the world is resetting their life up. So, and I'm going to bring CJ here. CJ, welcome. You can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Well, I just wanted to mention, I did put it in chat, but I just wanted to mention that there's a whole group of us putting together a series of events, a series of presentations, an experiential presentation. We wrote a paper, and we also worked on an evidence-based systematic review on Tai Chi and children. And they're all going to be presented at the Osher Center on April 30th and May 1st. The systematic review that we did we found much more evidence-based research, the RCTs on Tai Chi in children than we expected. We expected to have to just do case studies and non-randomized trials, and we found plenty of randomized control trials. We did an in-depth look at 46 of them, and then an even more in-depth look at 10 of them dealing with people with autism and other linguistic problems. So I just wanted to let you know there is a lot currently being done. Obviously, we need to do a lot more. But the systematic review found a whole lot of really good evidence-based research that Tai Chi for children is very beneficial.
And CJ, you've come at the right time, because in about 2 weeks' time, Anukul and Amrita will be in touch with you to bring you in a different association where organizations and institutions and societies and the governmental bodies and the media bodies will become part of this association, where science will merge with tradition and fuse into a different direction. And there is no boundary, because we want to embrace other traditions as well, from the Indian knowledge system and the Vedic system, which is the oldest recorded presently on the earth. And Anukul and Amrita will be there. On Kids Master Group, where you are in a special advisory, those all people like Roger, they will all be adopted into this group, where you can not just bring Tai Chi and Qigong, but CJ, in your case, because you are an educationalist as well, and you know so many other things, you can help out in different things. So Amrita, say hello to Dr. CJ Rhodes in USA. Later, she will be part of Sharon's place, where they are going to talk about the benefits as well. Anukul, say hello. And Kit, of course, knows, because Kit has got CJ in one of the special committee over there, where Anukul, when you talk to Kate, he'll give you all the names, which we have got it on a record over here. So this is the beautiful part at Healing Our Earth we do. We break the religion, we break the boundary, we break the traditions, we break the gender bias, and we unite to create one global community, to create better communities without judging others. There are a lot of people to judge, there are a lot of people to talk negative. Let's bring positivity and enhance the communities. Kit, you got your hand up. Nicholas is back again, so wonderful. I'm just going to make him a co-host. You can keep on talking meanwhile, Kit, while I organize that. And it's wonderful to bring him on, Keith. Let's cut now straight and go into Nick. It's his session now. Please, Keith, go ahead and introduce Nick. Unmute yourself. Thank you, Keith.
Hello again. And
hello, everyone.
My next guest is a gentleman I've only came in touch with over recent months, or maybe not even a year. And we've connected. And Nick Tapping, very interesting gentleman, in as much as his early life was affected by certain things, which he may or may not wish to discuss, but he's confided in me with them. But he's now residing in Kenya, and I think he has some wonderful ideas for introducing Tai Chi, Qigong, mind-body activities for the local population. There may be greater areas. And so I'd love to introduce my newly made friend, Nick Tapping. Thank you, Nick.
Jambo Abadi, Nick.
Thank you.
I'm more excited because I was born in Kenya, as is the technical director, as is the lead, another lead anchor, as is one of the doctors who are the original part during the pandemic. And Keith particularly mentioned about you, and because Keith, when he's on some program, he's also in touch with the coordinator of the East Africa from Uganda, Kampala, Nairobi, Nakuru, Kisumu, Mombasa, Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Arusha. So at some point, we will connect you with them. and you can flourish out there. But I will have a chat with you because you are now on my messenger as well. So we will have a telephonic chat on messenger and then introduce you to a few people. Jambo, welcome, and hit us with your wisdom and what you are up to.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm honored to be here. And I try to, well, I know I can't live up to the eloquence of Robert's talk. He did a great talk. And the reason why I wanted to come here, and I did kind of persuade Keith to allow me, was to talk about the empty breath hold. And actually, Robert, mentioned that that long exhalation, and the empty breath hold is really a build up of that, and the effectiveness is can go right off the board with it. So what I'm going to do first of all is just give you my perception of qigong in the West. Okay, and I don't want to devalue it or devalue any part of it in any way, but what I want to say is, as humans, we are reactionary. We're reactionary animals. All animals are reactionary. And how we perceive generally, I'm not talking about you esteemed guys who have a much more educated and more in-depth knowledge of Qigong, but generally the perception of Qigong is very gentle and very yin. Lots of nice, relaxed movements to improve our balance and mobility. So the reason why the perception is like that is really a reaction to the very yang environment that we all live in. We have to really pump ourselves up, push ourselves out, just to get a crust to eat sometimes, to pay the rent, etc., etc. So we live in a very yang environment, and as such, the people that have kind of appropriated, the qigong culture from China have really focused on that yin aspect of qigong. But in fact, traditionally, in China, qigong is a very balanced affair, and there is both yin and yang, in their philosophy and in their practice. And when we start doing breath holds, we're actually forcing stuff, and that's very yang. And so a lot of people within the Western qigong community find that they leave that out, and I think they leave that out and ignore it. In fact, some people will actually tell you that's not qigong, but we leave it out to our own detriment because it is a very, very useful tool in our toolkit. So I'm going to sort of finish that little lecture now. Sorry about that. And so I'm going to go on to how I discovered my contact with the empty breath hold, which is quite random, really. And to do that, I'm just going to go back into my personal history just a little bit. I'm not going to indulge at all. But when I was 14, I jumped out of a tree. And when I landed, I didn't bend my knees. And as such, I hurt myself a lot. And I couldn't stand up afterwards straight. I just couldn't stand straight. And I managed to sort of walk home. And my mum asked me, what's up? And I told her, and she said, go to bed. If you're not well in the morning, take you to the doctors. Anyway, I wasn't well in the morning. She took me to the doctors. I couldn't stand up straight or walk or anything. And the doctor, bless his soul, he got me to stretch up to the top of the door. I was much shorter than I was only 14, and pull myself up and gently lower myself down. And that did it. It straightened my back. I was fine. He told me I buckled a lower vertebrae. Anyway, I didn't really think much of it. And then when I hit my sort of early 20s, I got my first bout of sciatica, and that was very debilitating. And as many of you know, you go to the doctor and they maybe give you some inflammatory pills and some painkillers, and eventually it will go away. But it always comes back. Well, it usually comes back for sciatica sufferers. And likewise, you can go to the chiropractor, the osteopath, the physiotherapist, and maybe you get some temporary relief, but it keeps coming back. Sciatica can, it's very debilitating. Anyway, so I'll leave that there, hanging there, and I will go to my experiences of when I first started learning Tai Chi and Qigong, which was in Taiwan. Now, I was in my early 30s, and I'd led a very rock and roll lifestyle, and I had a predicament. I still have, actually, to addiction, and my lifestyle was, I couldn't deny it. It was giving me a lot of health problems. I had heart condition, I had bad liver function, I had emphysema. Anyway, so like, I could go on and do an organ recital for you. Anyway, so I thought, right, I'm going to use Qigong to try to heal myself, and that's what I did. And I think I'm just going to go into sort of our preconceived ideas of things, because we all have preconceived ideas about most things, and much of my journey into Qigong is crushing my preconceived ideas about what Qigong is and about what teachers are. So my first Tai Chi teacher was a very respected Tai Chi master in Taipei, and he was very, very popular among foreigners. Okay, and so I didn't study with him long, because, as you know, Tai Chi is very complicated. It's a martial art form. It's not simple, and you have to be very committed to learn it properly. I have learned it after that, by the way. Anyway, but I was more focused on healing myself, and I realized that Qigong offered a much more effective and more efficient way to do that. But anyway, going back to this Tai Chi teacher, so he was maybe in his late 60s, early 70s, around sort of like my age, maybe a little bit older, and he was sort of like the caricature sort of portly sort of senior Tai Chi teacher, and we'd be practicing in the hall, and he'd go out and leave us alone, and we'd carry on practicing. But I actually found out what he was doing. So he'd basically go out and he'd lean against the wall, get a packet of cigarettes out, and have a smoke. And I thought, what's going on here? This guy's sort of teaching us health things, but he's having a fag. Fag is a cigarette for non-English people. Anyway, but so I had to get my head around that. If somebody wanted to enjoy a cigarette, well, why not? Anyway, so that was kind of one smashing of my preconceived ideas about teachers and about life in general, really. Anyway, so I was recommended to a Qigong master who lived in the mountains alone with his tiger. His tiger was kept in a cage most of the time, especially when visitors were there. And I was very looking forward to meeting this Qigong master. And I suppose I had preconceived ideas about him. And so when I went up to the mountains to meet him and he'd come out, I was like totally shocked, because he was like very round. Okay. He had sort of bifocal glasses with thick rims, and he looked about 18 years old. And he looked like a nerd. Yeah, that was the only way I could describe him. And it didn't fit my preconceived ideas about what a master should be. But he was an amazing guy. Somebody of that build, he could do backflips, somersaults, you name it, he could do it. He was a great teacher. And he asked me, why do I want to learn Qigong? I said, I want to learn Qigong for health reasons. He said, I can teach you one of two forms. One is to keep you healthy for your life, and the second one is to keep you looking younger, keep you looking young forever. And the keeping young forever was quite a lot more expensive than the health one, so I chose the health one. And it was a very good form, and I still practice it now sometimes. Anyway, so it's about preconceived ideas, and I think we all, as I said, we all suffer from preconceived ideas. Now later, I'm sort of in my 40s, and I'm still coming back to Taiwan. I'm a traveller. I like to travel around, and especially in my younger days. And I'm having coffee in the nighttime in a coffee shop with some local friends, Taiwanese friends, and they were generally younger than I was. I was sort of like just hitting 40 there, and they were probably in their sort of 20s. And one guy, he was the son of a very, very respected Chinese medicine doctor in Taiwan. He said to me, "Nick, you don't do real Qigong. You don't learn real Qigong." And I said, "Okay, what's real Qigong?" And he stood up and he did this exhalation. And he pumped all his body out like that. And I thought, oh yeah. And it didn't mess with my head. I just rejected it because that isn't what I learned Qigong was. I thought I had learned Qigong was soft and gentle and relaxing. Okay. And there was this guy forcing this breath, pushing himself out. And my reaction was to forget about it. Yeah, it was just to ignore it. I didn't know where he was coming from. You get my drift. So anyway, fast forward again, another 10, 15, 20 years, and I'm in my late 50s, middle to the late 50s, and I've mastered, practiced regularly several Qigong forms and Tai Chi. I learned Tai Chi from the youth Olympic coach from the Taiwan team. She was a great woman, very focused on the beauty of form. But despite my practice of Tai Chi and Qigong forms, I was still getting these bouts of sciatica. And when I hit my sort of mid-late 50s, these bouts of sciatica were getting more frequent and more severity. And I was kind of looking at the route of going to the doctor. And I didn't really want to go there because I know what it's like. I've seen people go that way. It's like painkillers, getting written off work. It's the end of your active life, really. From the culture, the subculture I come from, we call the doctors Dr. Deaths, because they prescribe all this, quite harmful drugs a lot of the time. Anyway, I didn't really want to go down that path. And I also had to realize that the Tai Chi and the Qigong practice that I've been practicing wasn't helping my sciatica. And I also had to, I also didn't want to give up my exercises because at that time, by experience, I know that if I don't exercise, my general health and well-being deteriorates, and I really didn't want that. So I had to sort of like think of something, and I didn't want to do anything that bent my spine or twisted my spine. So I needed to do things with a straight back. And I knew a couple of exercises from the forms that were kind of like just static isometric exercises. And I remembered the guy in the cafe who said, "Nick, you don't do real Qigong." And so I thought, well, okay, I'll give that a go. I mean, I didn't know what I was doing. It was just like desperation. I was experimenting. And so I basically stood there and I exhaled And when I had to inhale, I inhaled at a big in breath and relaxed, and my body was going, boom, 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 boom. Give me some air. What have you just done to me? And when I finally relaxed, I'd repeat. I'd have another repetition of that, and I would do 10 repetitions, and I did that every day. And within 1 week, my sciatica had gone, and I never got the sciatica again. But also little other things started happening. One thing, I started to put on weight. I started to put on 0.5 kilo every week. And I did that for 6 weeks. I put on 3 kilos. And that's a really big deal for me because I've never been able to put on weight. I've always been underweight. And 2 other things happened that I noticed, during a very short period of time of doing my exercise. Was one that's quite funny. As some of you are more senior, and I'm sure that even you younger ones have noticed on the senior people, especially the men, we start to grow these kind of like big eyebrows, big grey hairs come out of our eyebrows, and we've got to cut them to make ourselves look young or kind of big bushy eyebrows. Anyway, they stopped growing. They just stopped growing. And another thing that happened is I'd never been able to lay in bed in the morning. I'd wake up and I would be uncomfortable. I'd have to get out of bed and do my exercises, drink my coffee, and wait and get out of bed. I never felt comfortable. And then I started, after these exercises, when I woke up, I just felt so comfortable in bed. I thought, this is a really nice place. And so I started to enjoy. Sorry.
Nick, can I suggest that you slowly come down a little bit now, please, because we're just about to enter an exercise. Okay.
I'll get my some. Yeah. Okay. So I noticed these things happening to me, and I didn't understand why. I'm not a great researcher. So my first place was on Facebook, and I joined some Facebook groups to try to Qigong Facebook groups to try to find out. And generally, I was met with hostility from the Qigong community in the West by saying, that's not Qigong. Qigong isn't about force, it's about flow. And I said, okay, but the effects of this have been brilliant on me. And I did get some feedback from a few people in the Qigong martial art field who told me that basically this practice creates a sort of a thickening of the cell layers to help us toughen up and receive blows and to recover more quickly. I was also told that it helps regulate the inflammatory system. And as we all know, rheumatism, arthritis, sciatica is very affected by the inflammatory system. In fact, that's when we get those bouts, is from the inflammation. And I was suffering from rheumatism and arthritis at that point.
Nick, I think we're going Nick, I'm sorry, but we're going to roll over into the next program if we're not careful. So I think what I'd like to do now is thank you for what you're doing and all those activities. Please take up Neil's suggestion of reading about the contacts that he has. And I'm dealing with a guy in Sierra Leone at the moment. So the word is spreading completely, and everything we're hearing today is incredible. But it's also incumbent upon me to keep to my timescales, because as Neil knows, I, as an engineer, and as Robert would know, is that I'm a taskmaster when it comes down to your time is up, young man. So Nick, I want to thank you. I thank Robert for both your activities, your, shall we say, your transformation from what you were in your early 20s to a wise and middle-aged gentleman, all right, representing us.
I'm not middle-aged. I'm 68. I think that's kind of like, I think that's past middle-aged.
Right. Okay. Anyway, what I would like to do now is to just thank you and Robert for your time and for Healing Our Earth, particularly Neil and the team, Amrita, for letting us Tai Chi and Qigong people into the wonderful world of Healing Our Earth. And I would like now to recognize the links that we have between Indian and Chinese health cultures. But the next session is under the...
So it's okay. We have still got 5-10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, well, I think the thing being is that we've got some pictures coming up now of people that I know want to speak, but if you've got quick 30 seconds, Nick, just conclude and I'll move on to the next program.
30 seconds is not really enough to explain the actual, proper science behind the health forms. But so I'll try to I'll do a little promotion of myself. I have a website. It's nicktappingqigong.com, and also I would like to just try to promote and encourage other Qigong teachers and practitioners to explore the empty breath hold. Thank you.
So there you are. Nick is
thanks, Nick. Thank you very much. All right. Now, on the program, I see that we have down now.
It's okay, Keith. It's fine. We will be running over in a moment.
Okay.
Anukul. So far, we heard Robert and Nick. And Robert is on to something, I think, because he has got these elderly people he's going to take care of. Keith described his journey. And Nick, who is there in Kenya, tropical Kenya over there, with his style and holding the breath and things. What are your comments on it, Anukul? And then shortly we'll be visiting USA, where Siobhan will be bringing some guests. So let's have some comments from you. And
absolutely,
while we're getting the USA leg ready, and Kit, you know everybody, so you'll say hello to them as well.
I must thank Nicholas for telling his the way he tried to manage his sciatica symptoms, because that's what I handle in my normal clinical practice. But something worth looking into is because how there are various kind of chemical processes which get involved in it. And there was a time lots of studies which were done on the use of high levels of oxygen level to improve your recovery. But it's not as easy, because it is very easy to say that, but how you practice it is something the difficult part. And that's where we need the teachers. And now I would like to come and ask one simple question to Keith Sharp, is about how easy or how difficult is it to get the right teacher and how to teach the things correctly, because we all can be good clinicians and we can also be bad clinicians. And the question is how to get the right teacher for the right job.
A challenging aspect is that from a personal perspective, in 1971, I'd just been promoted to management and I delivered a talk to a number of engineers from a Middle East country. And I was there, forgive me for saying this, but I was the only non-professional in a choice of 6 instructors. And at the end, they voted me as the best instructor. Where did that come from? I have no idea. But it needs to be a profession. It needs to be recognized as a profession, not just from the academic force, but from the workforces as well. I go back to that picture of the machines and say, just get on with it, Keith. No categorization, no curriculum or anything else. My colleague Malcolm Calvert, who runs his classes on a very commercial basis now, having been introduced to it, he and I are as different as can be in terms of our approach to teaching. Who is successful? Both of us. I was more pragmatic, I was more detailed, but he runs a class where people join, they leave, and they thoroughly enjoy themselves, but they are for the aging personalities. You either have the talent and the respect from your students, that you can engage with them, not dictate to them. And I've been accused of being a dictator because I used to run projects on a very tight schedule, and Robert would know this. So it's a case of balancing out our teaching. I cannot come along to anybody on this forum and say, what you're doing needs improving. That's only my thought. We can generate empathy with the students. My two words that I used to use was relaxation and enjoyment. Relaxation and enjoyment. Relaxation and enjoyment. All right. And I think that we have come together and we're all teaching on this forum. We see such a wide, vast experience of how to talk as an individual, as a group, as a therapist, whatever it is. But the joining of the functional, the professional, and every other academic and non-academic is so, so important nowadays. And if it's okay now, Neil, I would like to just say I'm delighted that the follow-on activities currently looks as though it's under Siobhan's control.
In a moment it will be there. So Kit, I want to ask you a question, that there is no APPG at the moment for Tai Chi and Qigong, all party parliamentary group.
All right, okay, yep.
It is something that I want you guys to look into, and I will help you because it's a professional matter with the government and things, which is where I guide them. I think there is a reason now that within 3 years, there should be an APPG that will then carry the weight. So there is one for yoga, there is one for meditation, there is one for integrated health. Let's bring in Tai Chi and Qigong because
good.
There is a room for that. We are not in a rush, but if we solidly and surely do it, we'll bring it in there because they are beginning to recognize the Chinese festival is a huge one here in London. They've got influence in there, but that's the Chinese style. When we bring it to the metropolitan Western style, it becomes slightly different. So let's bring it for everybody and not just particular sect of it. So Anukul, you and Keith can work on it. We'll propagate that and say who are the appropriate people. And it's a perfect time now, as we say, we move on to the USL leg, and including other peoples, and Siobhan is there as well, who will first chit-chat about what she's doing, and then we're going to bring Sifu George, who is going to do a demonstration, which will be very exciting, and he will have a discussion with us. And then later, we are still moving on with more people over there, and we'll come into the Sharon's leg. Amrita, Keith already knows Siobhan. Can we just welcome? And Keith, you and Amrita, you can discuss with Siobhan, and she can take a few minutes of her own. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, and thank you for the wonderful discussion. I was hearing it, and thank you, Nicholas. Thank you very much. I warmly welcome Shibhon. Shibhon is a master's degree in holistic health and is accredited with the Tai Chi, Chiha, and Shizaku, Qigong, Reiki master teacher, and she is also medicinal aromatherapist, certified clinical energy medicine practitioner, and she has studied in China and continues her studies with a variety of holistic practitioners. So welcome, Shibhan. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to you. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for a beautiful introduction. And Keith, it's wonderful to see you. And you've already raised your hand. Do you have a question?
If I may, all right, and I really have to say that this following session emphasizes, consolidates what I think we all saw years ago, in as much as that I'm delighted that this whole section is going to be related to Qigong, which is now so prominent, particularly as people like CJ and Amarilla Amalia are members of the GIAG group, along with Roger Yanka, Mark Peters, and Tevye Feng. And I think that you and I have spoken on not just a large scale, we've also, you have helped me personally on a few of my views, which I thank you for. And I look forward to listening to the sessions that you are now going to manage. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So first, if possible, could I share my screen with everybody? I have a couple of announcements that I'd like to share. So I believe the host has to give me sharing permission. Right now it says host only. So I don't know if...
You are a co-host. You can automatically share. You are a co-host.
Okay, so help me out here. So I'm on share.
Look at the bottom. You got the green button.
Yes.
And you are a co-host. You already have a permission.
Okay, so let me see if I can share my screen, because I would like to share with everybody some conferences that everybody can be a part of. So I don't think you can see my screen right now, correct?
No, you need to share it. So if you go to the green button, click on it.
Yeah, I
It will
did.
open another window where if you
Yes.
see what you want to show us, then say yes to it.
Okay, right now it says host only.
It shouldn't say you are a co-host.
I know.
And
do you want me to press on all participants and see if I can? Okay, looks good. I think I can do it now.
Good,
All
you
right.
got it right now. Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so
if you could maximize your screen, we can see Osho Center there for Integrated Health, which is beautiful.
Okay, just give me one.
If you go at the bottom of your taskbar, and if you go on the right, you will see, and it will maximize the screen.
Okay, so right now, not to delay things because I can't get into it, I'm sharing the screen right now. I hope you can see it, but the Science of Tai Chi and Qigong conference that is produced by the Harvard Medical School is coming to Boston on April 30th to May 1st. So again, this is hosted by Harvard Medical School, and a lot of the presenters today, not only from the US, but from other countries, will be producing programs or posters at this conference. And I also believe it normally is online simultaneously. And I would, Keith, you're shaking your head?
No. You have to be in person only.
This is in person only. Okay, because in the past they've always allowed that to be aired, so maybe they might have a replay. But in any case, I would strongly encourage, whether you're a teacher or a student, to participate. This helps provide the science behind the practices. Now, we all know that these practices work. And as our next speaker has stated in his class, and I agree with him, the Chinese don't really need the science to prove that these practices work. In other words, they do the practices. If it works, and they stick with it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But perhaps the Western culture is more scientifically minded. I know I come from a family that was all about the science, to the detriment of their health. They wouldn't try acupuncture despite all the studies I was giving them. So if you have people like this, or if you want to broaden your perspective, I think it's important that teachers as well as students understand basic science foundation for these practices. I think it's very important. I want to go to another screen. And we also have the National Qigong Association, which I would very much encourage everybody. Can you see this screen, the National Qigong Association, NQA?
Yes, it's there.
Okay. This also is a wonderful association. We do have international members. We have a lot of programs online that supports your practices. And there is a conference in Denver, Colorado that's coming up in September. And again, you don't have to be a teacher to be a part of it. This is September 8th and 10th in Denver, Colorado. And if you're like me, you do a vacation as well as the conference. It's a great way to see Denver. And we have many good speakers at this. And again, it's for both practitioners and teachers. Everybody's invited. It's a wonderful conference. So I just wanted to bring those things up, and I will try to stop sharing now. Give me a minute to pop back in. Okay, stop share. There we go. Thank you. Good. All right. So now I would also like to state very briefly, and then I'll bring our wonderful teacher, George Picard, on. I think it's very important that students look for a teacher that has experience. Unfortunately, both in Tai Chi, Qigong, and yoga, I see weekend workshop certification programs being advertised. And it really concerns me because it deflects from experienced teachers that have a wealth of knowledge. So I think most of you would agree that when yoga came to the West, it focused more on the asanas, the postures, than the lifestyle. So there's also a philosophy and a way of walking in the world that yoga science can teach us. And unfortunately, a lot of the practitioners, teachers, don't introduce that. I also teach Tai Chi Cha, which is a combination of Tai Chi and Qigong. And with my background, I bring in Chinese medicine theory. I explain what meridians are. I talk about how to tap into your natural body's healing ability. I bring in a wealth of knowledge to support the movements, because it's more than movements, and we nurture the qi. And an experienced teacher would be able to work with all abilities. So I can customize the program, like many established teachers, to fit the needs of the individual. Maybe they can only do it seated. Maybe they're physically compromised or mentally compromised. How do you work with them? So these are things to take into mind when you're looking for a teacher, for their background. And our next speaker, George Picard from Canada, has all of those attributes. He's been a practitioner and student for many, many years, and he brings in the history, the culture, the science. He brings that all into his classes, and he's just a wonderful source of knowledge. I'm afraid to share my screen again. I do have a wonderful picture and poster of George Picard, but you're just going to have to listen to me. So he is at the Village of Healing and Wellness. So if you are on Facebook or YouTube or the web, you just type in the Village of Healing and Wellness. And Sifu George Picard is a fourth generation lineage holder in the Wa Yi Ji He system, and he'll pronounce it better than me, with over 40 years of experience teaching Tai Chi and Qigong. He is the founder, again, of the Village of Healing and Wellness. He is the author of Heal Yourself with Qigong, and I also hear he has a new book coming out. And he specializes in the 24 posture therapeutic Qigong, which I take twice a week. So I'm a student as well as the teacher, and I think that's very important to keep in tune with other practices. So this 24 posture therapeutic Qigong is a gentle, effective practice that supports vitality, balance, and overall well-being. He's going to give us a short demonstration and discussion of the health benefits of these traditional movements, but then he also has a special announcement. So at the end of George Picard's presentation, I will be introducing someone else and we'll tie this all together. So without further ado, can we bring
So
George?
Siobhan,
Yes.
the beautiful part is I think I've located his website. Let's welcome him with his website as well. Sifu is here. He's raring to go. And Sifu, if you can confirm if this is your website, you can unmute yourself, Sifu. Unmute yourself. You are a co-host as well. You can do it yourself. Okay, I'm prompt. Yes. Is this your website?
Yes, it is.
What a wonderful website it is for those people who are there. If you don't remember the full name, just put Seafood George Picard, The Village. It will appear on there. Click on it, and there are so many books here. So many methods. There's audio ebook as well, and you can purchase as well. So Sifu, you can tell us more about it. All yours, Siobhan and Shifu, and let's highlight him as well. So just give me a moment and we get on with it because we are going to have demonstration, and later Sifu is going to allow us to have a bit of discussion with Siobhan. So here we go. It's all yours.
Well, thank you. Okay, so to get to the meat of the thing, we will be at, by the way, the Harvard Science of Tai Chi and Qigong is awesome. We were there last year. The group students have presented papers there. I'm going to present one of the papers that Professor Emeritus Dr. Penelope J. Klein wrote and co-authored with several of us. And that's what the demonstration is going to be on, because in this, we have this particular study on our website where everybody can go and look at it. She brought it from a scientific standpoint and from an Eastern medicine standpoint on 3 of the postures of the 24 posture Qigong. One from the upper, the first 8, the second 8, the third 8. But anyway, I like to go into science more so with the Chinese medicine, but I also bring in the energy. I have a program, it's called Building the Qi, which I do. It's a simple program, but people experience it. But primarily, my niche is seniors. Now, seniors suffer from so many different things, and they're taking so many medications. And as it turns out, I'm in my 70s, so we've had a lot of seniors come in and sick and go through amazing transformation. So the 24 postures goes from the top of the head, from the Bakwi point to the end of the big toe. And there's nothing that it misses. And it puts the meridians in balance, along with the 8 curious meridians and the 12. It also works the fascia. It works the muscles. It works the tendons and ligaments. It works particularly in the fascial stretch.
in the entire body. And there's some new science that came out on that about the fascia it's huge. But in addition to that, it also works the relaxation response. So some of the basic things about Qigong from research that we know, because there's so much research coming out it, and I'm not talking just the 24 posture Qigong. To me, all Qigong is good, but not all Qigong is equal. Some is for specific things. This was developed and published for treating disease and prolonging life from Grandmaster Wang Ziping. You can see him, some videos. You can Google him and the whole family. The lineage comes down, and I'm on the 4th generation. Anyway, he published it for treating disease and prolonging life. He listed some of the illnesses that people suffer from, because the whole part is the body is a whole section. And allopathic medicine looks at the reductionist system, where it look at this issue. A cardiologist will look at the heart, not much else, but look at the heart. And then you have an oncologist who just deals with cancer. And then you have, I'll take all the doctors in different spheres, and they focus on one thing, where Qigong focuses on the whole body. Because if you have a problem in one part of the body, as I'm sure you know, there's a problem in the whole body. It's like a fine-tuned Swiss watch with all these nice little gears. One gear's not working properly, that watch is not going to take time. You put it back in balance, or you put the gears back together, it's perfect time again. So that's what the 24 posture Qigong was designed to do. And it works very, very effectively. We've had some huge, to the point of miraculous effects with people, even from the smaller part, but all the way up in seniors. We have had people with severe rheumatoid arthritis, no more pain, and their fingers are getting stronger. This is 10 years, and their toes are separating again, and the joints are getting open. We've had people who have been back pain for 31 years, 3 weeks, no more back pain. And this, we actually published a paper, myself and Dr. Joe Baumgarten. He's a doctor of physical therapy. He's one of my students also, called A Tale of Two Backs, a male and a female. Both serious, not only sciatica, but scoliosis and so on. And we published it. And again, they go from all these, one is collapsing constantly. The other one can't get out of bed. They did a fusion on her spine, pain injections, gone within 30 days, back to work, etc. So we've got a huge amount of stories on this. And we had a retired nurse, 21 painkillers for back issues and other issues. 6 months later, she's evolved medication. 10 years later, she's riding a bicycle, 502 kilometers, to raise money for Sick Kids Hospital Cancer in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So these are not rare. These are relatively common for people who actually do the practice. And when you get into it, if you take, now it's estimated that we're changing at 1 million cells per second. 1 million are dying off, another 1 million are being born. And what you program these new cells with, if you're doing Qigong while you're doing this, by the time you do 45 minutes, you've gone through 2,700,000,000 cell changes. That's how many new have died off and new ones are being born. Well, the new ones that are being born are being impacted by all the energy of the Qigong that we're doing, the relaxation, the calmness instead of stress. Also, according to the CDC, 95% of all illness is caused by stress. 95%, not 50, 95%. So what happens when you're doing the Qigong, you do go into automatically start the relaxation response. So with the relaxation response comes nice and relaxed. And one of the interesting things about 24 posture, I'm sure other styles as well, is that by the time people are finished the class, they feel very calm and relaxed. But one of the reasons is we fatigue all the muscles gently all the way down, from all the way to the top, the neck, all the way down to the foot. And by tightening and relaxing, and tightening and relaxing, I'm not talking about, vice grip type, but by tightening the muscle and relaxing it, the muscles relaxing the entire body, and everybody has a good night's sleep for the most part, and everybody feels relaxed at the end. And that's one of the most common things. But along with that comes all these other benefits. Stress, it's just in itself is, well, I don't have to tell you folks, the immune system shuts down, the blood goes to the extremities, cortisol and adrenaline are being pumped, it goes from front to the back of the brain, and all of a sudden everything changes. Well, with the Qigong, you can calm it right down. And on a regular basis, this is good health as it comes in. So we can go on to all kinds of things as far as research goes. But that's why I'm going to show you this research study that Dr. Penelope Klein, myself, Dr. Joe Baumgarten, and Dr. Roger Schneider, who's an OBGYN, but he also has a degree in medical acupuncture. So we put this together so everybody can read it. And it's been referenced over 55 times that we find so far. So that's kind of the long and short of it. Now, any questions? And then I can do a demonstration shortly after, if you like. I get that a lot. Yes,
George,
go ahead.
George,
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think because we have a lot of like viewers that aren't directly online with us right now, so they're not asking the questions, but can you just relate like a case study that particularly amazed you? Because I find sometimes that we as teachers are amazed by how the Qigong actually affects the health. Was there something that you can think of, a case study that just amazed you?
Well, the case study, everything amazes me because so I understand there's 37 illnesses that seniors suffer from. And there's not a lot of things other than medication, maybe some surgeries in certain cases, but we deal with all of them. I mean, balance is huge. Sometimes they wonder if they're worried about getting off the toilet. And then what if I fall and break my hip? And gee, I don't feel comfortable. All these things, and the list goes on and on and on. So they're talking about cancers, and they're talking about arthritis, and they're talking about Alzheimer's. I teach an Alzheimer's class. I've been doing it for 12 years. And now I do it online, have been since COVID. So they keep coming back. What's interesting is that the caregivers of these people with cancer or Alzheimer's, dementia, and so on, they benefit huge because they don't have a chance to relax. They're always looking after the person. And we found, and there's a study on that, how for caregivers, Qigong is a wonderful thing.
And
so
I love that you bring that up because of so many people, even more than in the past, have stress and anxiety. And so many people at the end of your class are writing in chat, I feel much calmer, or I feel more relaxed. And that is so important. So we have Keith and also Dr. Goswami who have questions. So Keith, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, interesting, George, to meet you. And I have to say, in some sorrow, that I congratulate Canada on winning the curling competition against Great Britain. Okay, so
20 minutes ago, we lost the gold medal in men's hockey. We got silver.
Yeah. So the thing that intrigues me, George, is coming from a commercial background. Is I look at things. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an academic, but we know as teachers, past, present, and future, that Tai Chi and Qigong, presented properly, not the weekend classes that we refer to, the weekend wonders, but I cannot spend time reading more and more research documents without knowing the conclusions, which are scientifically proven against a particular medical challenge, and a return on investment for the people that are running it. You write your books, you make a return on investment. I wonder if you are aware of the creation of the Global Expert Advisory Group, which we've set up in the last year to look at certain modalities, medical modalities, that you can say, we can prove without any doubt that this achieves this by investing this. So prevention maintenance is important, but equally realizing the outcomes are going to be not only scientifically proven, but proven to be of benefit to the general public and the governments. And I wonder what your thoughts might be on that.
Well, I was on a group like that on cancer. I was advised. I did taught cancer classes for 20 years, and I had wonderful results. Matter of fact, Dr. Penelope Klein had rare cancer, and she was diagnosed and said, "We're not going to treat you. You got 6 weeks to 6 months to live." Her cancer, technical name I forgot, but basically she called them floaters, not clumpers. So these minor little things are going through her body, not just growing a mass. Anyway, so she started the Qigong. She with me. She worked every day. She came over Saturdays from the U.S. just across the bridge. I'm near Niagara Falls. And 10 months later, she was pronounced no evidence of disease. Now, there's other people with cancer, and what happened is she actually did a 34-minute documentary. It's called Qigong in Cancer Care, and that's on YouTube. And she interviewed some of my other students, also getting great results. But here's the key: not everybody will do that. Now, even though she had a death sentence to the point where we're not going to treat you, we'll make your life bad, she worked at this. And then other people work at it as well. But if people come on, I did another cancer class, people are in their gurneys at home and doing the exercises. And they were doing okay. But once a week wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I did it pro bono, so it's not a thing. Anyway, the whole point is you have to take it seriously. You have to do it. This is a daily practice. It's not a once in a week or twice in a week practice. You have to do it with that something that's serious. You have to do it right away. And again, it's man, I've Alzheimer's classes, dementia classes, back. It doesn't matter. I do the same 24 posture that I teach everybody. I teach some other Qigong as well, organ Qigong and building Ling Kong Jing, another one, building energy. But they actually are used to support the 24 posture as something more energetic. But this 24 posture, the stories we've got, I mean, anybody go to our website and look at the testimonials. And this is not.
Much.
I'm sorry?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping me talking.
I really want George to do a little bit of a demonstration. So if Dr. Goswami, do you want to ask your question?
Sure. I think it's a little more elaborate. What is important is to be able to recognize the concept of consciousness, which is connected to the mind and how you look into it.
Absolutely.
And I do not know how much you have, and also I study consciousness. I'm get involved in consciousness studies, and at atomic and subatomic level, and how that is integrated. Now, I do not know if you have heard of the integrated yoga system of Aurobindo, where he basically tries to heal tissues by this connectivity and controlling of energy at tissue levels and also healing processes. Do you have any introduction to that, and have you ever looked into it?
I do. And here's the thing. To me, I find that Qigong has 4 levels. The first level is people got to come in, they got to learn the postures. So they're always thinking of the postures. Now, you can't do these wrong, but you can do them differently. All right. So, or better, I should say. So they do the postures and they're getting used to it. Just by doing the postures, there's a huge effect. Relaxation effect, immune response, everything. Then as they can do the postures without thinking, then they get into the mental level. They're thinking. So now they're up here. We got to get them down here into the heart center. So by the time they calm down and they're getting really relaxed in, then you go to the emotional center, which is feeling. So what do you feel when you're doing Qigong? Because after you set an intention, if I'm doing Qigong, we breathe and pause at the end of each posture. And what do you feel inside? Not what you think. What do you feel? It's all different. And then you go to the spiritual level. So it's like I guess an increasingly point, but consciousness is, because the fact is, all we are is consciousness, having an experience through a physical body. So, and that's a whole nother topic. But
Sifu, thank you very much. Sivan, just before we go into the demonstration, Anakul, I'm going to show you a slide and you will love what George has got. He has got a bit of scientific data with an ancient culture for back pain. So just watch this and see if you can tell us just quickly about this book that is you're going to launch, Walk Away from Back Pain. What I love that it reveals the ancient healing practice backed by modern science. So Anakul, this is the exact thing that you are requiring.
Exactly.
And in the next phase, in middle of March,
Yes.
Siobhan, George, Peter Wayne, who is from the Osho, is a director at the Harvard University, who is part of Healing Our Earth. And Keith Sharp actually brought him for 5 minutes and he stayed for 2 hours in that episode. and then since subsequently become my friend as well. So we want to acknowledge Peter Wayne as well. It's wonderful. So Sifu George, you have got some material there, particularly in your book as well. So Siobhan, when I give you details of Anakul, if you could connect them, I'm connected with Shifu in a messenger already. If we could connect them, because this is what we are doing. We are building one seamless community at Healing Our Earth. No race, no religion, no gender bias, no judgment, but just to build better communities. Let's go for the demonstration and enjoy. Over to you, Siobhan and Sifu George.
Okay, great. So I want to highlight George now to do the
Can I share?
demonstration.
Okay, first, can I share my screen? Because it's
Yes. Oh, yes.
You're a
Okay.
co-host. You're automatically allowed.
all right. There's where am I?
So you pan down that green little box that says share.
Yeah, it's not that green little box anymore. It disappeared.
If
Zoom.
you just mouse down, George, and it will appear your bottom taskbar. Before you share the blue button, just make sure it is what you want to show us before you share, okay? So
Yes, but I can't find what we had it all set up what it was going to share. And
if you take your mouse to the yes, you got it.
yeah, see that's no, not really, but I could
okay,
see
you
if I
can
could do this.
stop screen share, and before you share the screen, find what you want and then share the screen, okay? So you can stop the screen share.
Find what I want already. It was well, actually it's right on our website, so I have to get the I have my helper here today. No, it
Is it on
disappeared.
your website?
Yes, it's on my website.
Which page do you want? Because I've already got your website.
Okay, it's go to the Science of Qigong. And go up to the top, right, and learn more than the Science of Qigong.
Your taskbar is not appearing on your website here.
Okay, let's see if I can.
I'm stuck. You know, the menu bar is not here.
Okay.
George, you're not alone in this.
I think we need another tutorial.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had it all set up. I don't know what happened. But
DJ has always been asking me to do that. I think we should do that. Okay, so there's no panic. If you take your mouse, you got the screen. Actually, George, you did bring the screen, but before you share the screen, the blue button, make sure in the window you can see what you want to show us.
Right. Okay.
We don't want any embarrassing pictures coming here. You know
I don't think I have any.
You know what happened to the managing director of Tata, one of the world's biggest company, and boy, did he regret later.
Well, the only thing I've had is
George.
I got this microphone and going into the bathroom, it doesn't shut off.
Do you have a PC? George, do you have a PC or a Mac?
I got a Mac. But it's
okay.
Anyway,
no wonder
here's what you can do. Except anybody who's watching this in the future, I'm gonna have to give them instruction, because what it is, I think I might have it. Learn more. There you go. And the Science of Qigong. There you go. And go to the first. There we go. That's what we want to share. Well done.
Now you need to share.
Yep. Okay, so let's go to.
Click
Thank you,
share.
CJ.
Hover.
Oh, CJ, I've even managed to break into your web. I mean, George.
CJ, you there?
Homepage, and then you can navigate me. Okay.
There we got it. We got it.
You got it.
There we go.
Yay!
It wasn't me. It was Cheryl, who's actually in this thing. As it turns out. Okay, so we have a section of science and Qigong, and in that we put some studies in here. These are several studies that we published, and as well as others. So we're loading up at the bottom. You see a chat bot, And we're loading all the science that we have in there so people can go in and ask a question about health or Qigong and get some information. But this meditative movement, energetic and physical analysis of 3 Qigong exercises, unification of Eastern and Western mechanistic exercise theory. So it's got the abstract, you can go all the way down. Oh, sorry, this one is, let me go to here. Anyway, you'd have to see it. It was published in Medicines, by the way. There it is. So as we go down, I'm going to show you 3 of the postures. You can see them over at the side here. But this goes down, talks about the energy of it, the introduction, of course, the rationale, the different aspects, physical, emotional, psychological, energy theory, etc. Then when we get down to here, here's the first posture. And the posture is, this is one from, I'm going to move my chair here. Thanks. So this one is called Pluck the Stars. So Pluck the Stars is, we're working the body up and down. So you're working the joints, not only the ankles in the feet, but in the knees, in the hips, and it's slow movement with the breath. So obviously, I'm sure you know, tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Here we breathe in and out through the nose slowly. So the posture starts like this. One hand in the lower back, the other hand in front. Now, the hand leads. By the way, people find, if you pay attention, people do this when they lift their hand, use your shoulder. So don't do that. So breathe in.
Chifu, can I remove your screen share because we can't see what you are doing?
Oh, remove the screen share. Okay, I'm sorry.
I can do that for you, or if you just stop screen share, please.
Stop sharing. There
Perfect. Now we are there.
Okay. All right. So the one hand's behind the lower back, right behind the Migman, which is directly behind on the spine, behind the umbilicus. So palm is up. Breathe in. Rotate the palm. It goes right up the center. So you're actually bringing energy up. People don't have to know that. And my fingers are back. I'm working because the ankles and the wrist are very important because polarity of chi changes in those 2 places. So I'm looking at palm of the hand. Then I'll lift my heels up just a little bit if I can. Down. Now I relax my shoulder and I sink with the breath. In turn, and I change in. Stretch and hold for about 3 seconds. You'll hear everything pop. Up, down, and shoulders. Now what's interesting in this, in the shoulders, people get elbows mixed up with shoulders. They relax your shoulder this way. It's the shoulder that relaxes. Shoulders bring the arms down. Hands bring the arms up. Breathe in. Rising. Stretching. So you get the stretch in the back. This is explained in the article that we did, the paper. And relax. Slowly down. And of course, to finish, you breathe. This is our standard way of breathing in. Breathe out. Now we breathe into the heart. I'm dealing with heart coherence as well with this. Out, and then the third breath. And slowly let go. I teach with my eyes closed because I find distraction. Good. Then from there, we go on to the next posture in line. So that, let's see, is posture 5. So now in the second section, see, it's divided in from the diaphragm to the top of the head, down from the diaphragm to the perineum, from the perineum down to the end of the big toe. All 24 postures slowly lead you down to that. So there's no part of the body that you miss. So the next one that we're going to do is, and this is for the SI joint. And we warm up the hands. And we're going to place the palms of the hands on our lower back, kidneys here. And we like to do this a couple of times. Now, what we're going to do on the feet or shoulder width part, it's a slight change. It's not one of these big things that you see here. We're going to work the joint. So in and out. And get in and out. Now we're going to go the other direction. We do 4 in each direction. Now here, what you're going to feel is this opens right at the pelvis, and then it closes, and this opens. Now this closes right at the joint is where the sacrum meets the spine. If if this point is out, if the SI joint is out, it can cause all kinds of problems within the body, even if it's out a little bit. Some people will fall, they'll fall on one side, and they get up and they have back pain and all kinds of pain in different areas. And a lot of times it's from the SI joint being out. So this actually keeps it in. Also, all the joints, any joints that we have that we're using that has cartilage, articular surfaces, some more than others, but there's always an articular surface. What happens is we keep it healthy, because to keep a cartilage healthy, it requires compression, slow compression, and decompression. What happens is the compression, particularly when we get down to the knees, the compression squeezes the waste out of the cartilage, and the decompression sucks in nutrition. This is how it goes, and it keeps all healthy, right down all the articular surfaces and the toes and so on. But this next one, so there's 2 out of 3. This one was down to the middle. Now we're going to go down to the lower. And this is where balance comes in. There's a lot of balance challenges within this, but in some of the research shows is that when they test people on a sliding plate, so they'd be walking on a sliding plate, and all of a sudden it'll shift slightly. And what they do is they do this, which is not very balanced. But what we find with people that do Qigong or Tai Chi, when they get down, they slide that plate, they go this way. So they're more stable, which is fascinating. So in balance, what we're going to teach people to walk. Now, as you know, walking is a controlled fall. When you walk from here, you're walking erect. And the way you do this, and here's the thing. Well, first let me explain a walk. So we're going for a walk. We can put our heel down, we bend, knees bent, and all of a sudden we straighten this leg so we can push off the back leg to take the next step. This kind of walking is knee bent, keep it bent. Lift the back heel off the ground, now take a step. Now, it may sound, you don't walk like that down the street funny, but you're going to walk like this. What happens is my knees are always bent. Simple. So if my knees bent this way, I can stand up, step, stand up, and I can hold it up here for some time. Because you're shifting your center, I'll go this way. If I'm stepping this way, I'm shifting my center as this heel comes up. As long as I keep this knee bent, I can have lower balance. If I lock the knee in, then it's like standing on a stick. So here's the exercise. And I'm dealing with seniors, so it helps to put the hands in the lower back. So just put a stick or your heel up, breathe in, lift the heel up, step, roll up on the big toe. As I come back, I press down on the toes slightly, so I'm working the toes as well, joints. And then you just change feet. And sometimes you do a challenge this way. I also offer other balance challenges so that they can work. Now, some people say, well, I'm a senior. I can't do that. Really. Here's a wall. Bend. Just touch. Bend. Safety. Kitchen table, dining room table. Put your hand on and just walk. What's happening now, you're starting to train the body. So the fear of falling, when your balance comes back, the fear of falling tends to go away. So I find with my students. But if you don't do this, aging is not a bad thing necessarily. It's more of a choice. What I mean by that is that by not working your muscles, not working your joints, that's a choice. You can build muscles by doing Qigong. That's a given. It's a proven. But what happens is what we want to do is we want to work the joints. So what happens, if your joints aren't flexible enough, if you need to reach something, you'll tend to lift. It's more of a dangerous thing. But if your joints are, you can still reach, right? If they're all relaxed. And that's every joint. And that's the shoulders and the hips and the wrists and the fingers, everything, even the grip. Now, some people I have some Qigong, I show them that my Sifu taught me, for arthritis in the hands. And it works. And all it is this. Stretch the fingers and the thumb. Hold it for about the count of 5 seconds, and then relax and just give it a gentle, gentle touch. And you do this, hold it, down to 5 seconds, stretch it, and then relax. And I sometimes get a little pain in this thumb and this once in a while, and I do this, and it's gone. And people report back to me. This is what it is. There's a whole section of it's called tension qigong, which you can use, but this is the first one. It's the simplest one to do. Now, any questions so far about the postures or?
George,
Yes.
I'd love to bring up that this isn't just body health, it's mind, body, and spirit.
Of
And
course.
yes, of course. But one of the things that you bring up that I love is the movement of crossing over the body, sweeping down, and
Yes.
you're getting the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere to coordinate. So can you demonstrate that? That's one of my favorite moves of yours.
Absolutely. There's several of them in there, actually, but I know the
Yes.
one you're talking about.
Yes.
When you cross the midline,
Yes.
this is my left brain, this is my right hand. This left brain's controlling my right hand, my right arm, the right side of my body. So when I take this hand, my right hand, and move it over where my left brain is, there's a crossing there. When you do this, and this is going back to the 80s, I studied this in a thing called Brain Gym, which is quite popular.
Yes.
And yeah, so they use that with people who had the amygdala cut, not the amygdala. Oh, oblongata. Anyway, forgot the name. But when you cross the hands this way, for example, there's this posture here, which is huge. And it's simple because I'm crossing my hands here, up, bend the wrists. Now I got to bring the wrist back up. This is how you work the wrists. And then cross again, open and down. But the one you're talking about, let me get to that one. The feet are together, as close as you can get them. So here, hand goes up. You stretch up first, then you cross the center line and down. Now the key is to keep the weight on the center of the foot, where Yang Chuan is, and all the other organs connected to the bottom of the feet, as opposed to going too far out. Now my heels are actually off the ground. My heels are actually forward, I'm off the ground. If I'm back too far, my toes are off the ground. If I'm just right, the sweet spot, the flat of the foot is on, and I can turn and go up. And then it's here, now crossing the center line again. So what happens is the left and right hemispheres, to put it simply, the left and right hemispheres reach out to each other energetically. And then you start living the life from a position of emotional logic, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You're not
And
emotional, you're not logical, it's a balance.
Dr. Goswami has a question for you.
Go ahead.
Very important. I think you were just telling about as people turn senior, they have difficulty in walking and they tend to trip and fall. One of the common things that we do here in the UK is, of course, we try to recommend that they should be put in bungalows so that they don't have to walk up and down the stairs.
Right.
Now, interestingly, when I had visited one of the temples in the south of India, so I found was that the steps were of different heights, reaching the top. So then I asked the chief priest as to why do you think the steps are like that? Why can't they all be uniform? Then he smiled at me and told me that the interesting part of it is that as the people come over here for regular prayers or whatever it is, they walk up the stairs many, many times. As a result, what happens is they're constantly balancing themselves and they're learning how to walk up the stairs at different heights. So you're not just merely walking with your legs, but you're also walking with your body perception, your eyes, vision, and everything together. And if you can maintain that all your life, you don't really age that easily. So I just wondered that at one end here we are, and interestingly over here in our treatment, when we send them to the Falls Clinic, they exactly are told to do that. They are sent to a particular physiotherapy program where they're told to walk up the steps and down the steps of different heights. That's exactly what is done there regularly in a normal life. So just I wondered whether something like that could be thought of or what could be practiced and shown as an evidence in one of your papers.
It could be, because I've got stairs coming down to this studio like that to different heights. Anyway, it could be. I don't know what I don't make the studies. Talk to Dr. Joe. We're trying to get a study right now on Huntington's disease. I know it's going to make a huge difference, but the drug companies won't allow it. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to teach you one more.
George?
Yes.
Yes. We're running out of time, and Bill has a quick question, right, Bill?
Go ahead.
Bill Douglas? Can you unmute yourself?
No, don't let me interrupt, George. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's okay, because I'm glad you brought this up, because I was talking to Shaban earlier, and about a week ago, and World Tai Chi Qigong Day is coming up, and we've participated. And I'm going to get the Village of Healing Wellness. We have instructors in the United States, different states, and in Canada, different provinces. So what we're looking at setting up is Zoom, and everybody gets on the Zoom thing and may make a collage of all these instructors doing their Qigong. Because they can go, you can do video on an iPhone through Zoom. They can do it in their little studios. There could be independent students out there and have this, as many of our students on there together as a group.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah,
Oh, we think it does.
So, Bill, I'm going to publicly put you on the spot. Forgive me. But I was thinking, offline, perhaps we could talk about how we could do that on World Tai Chi and Qigong Day to highlight this special.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, good. All right, wonderful. So, George, do you want to have any?
There was one thing I was gonna bring up, George. I thought you brought up a really, really critical point, and that is the issue of the research on Tai Chi and Qigong and mind body in general, and that is there's so much out there that shows, just like what you're talking about, like with balance. Tai Chi is an extremely effective balance exercise. There was a study that was done at I think, Southeastern University, and they had a new technological thing that they were using, that they had just developed to help people with their balance, where they would stand on it, and then it would give them computer feedback, that kind of thing. And but they needed control studies, and so one of the control studies was Tai Chi. And little did they know that the Tai Chi would outperform their expensive machine. Now, so there's a lot of research out there on these things that shows that Dr. Herbert Benson at Harvard, he said that up to 90% of the health issues that people are facing are best treated or prevented by mind-body practices. And the pharmaceutical part is a huge thing, because in the United States, for example, less than 0.5% of NIH funding goes to complementary and alternative medicine. So that means aromatherapy, acupuncture, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga. We've all got to fight over 0.5%. And when you look at the research, like, for example, just with COVID, the research shows that Tai Chi profoundly boosts people's T cell count by up nearly 50%. That's massive. And the research showed that with COVID, the frontline healthcare workers that had high T cell counts, much less likely to get COVID. And if they did, much less severe. And so just that fact of the T cell counts, there should be billions of dollars being poured into mind body practices. You know what I'm saying?
Bill,
well, Harvard did a
thank you.
study on COVID and Qigong.
How did that turn out? Turn out?
Great. They said it was amazing because of the T cell count. Now, I decided not to get vaccinated. I never got COVID. I went out, I went here, I went there. Never thought about it. My wife, same thing.
I was forced to get the Pfizer vaccine because I teach at hospitals in the United States. They force you to, and I had a horrible reaction to it. Yeah, I had a horrible reaction to it. And then my doctor really he really wasn't very nice to me when I tried to report it to him. Yeah, it was really weird.
But, after the fact, do the Qigong. Do the Qigong to clear the body.
Absolutely.
The body has amazing abilities.
It's a healing machine. The body is a healing machine, and nobody gets told that. Like all my students in my hospital classes, I tell them they're a healing machine, and they won't believe it because they don't see it on TV. They don't hear their doctor say it.
Yeah.
They don't see it in the pharmaceutical ads.
I fought at 2 hospitals. So
I just want George to sum up, and then we'll jump to you, Bill. Okay? Thank you. George,
Thanks,
sum
George.
up.
we should have a conversation. It'll go on about 12 hours, I think. But hey,
Yes.
okay. So to sum it up, is that with my students, let me put it this way. I don't try to impress them with chi and the flow and all the romantic language that people like to use, thinking that they're impressing them. My people don't care. They're sick. All they want to do is, how can you help me? I want to know how you can help me. Why do we have testimonials? It's not for me. I don't need to know that stuff. They need to see this guy who's 89 years old, falling apart like a cheap suit, in pain constantly, and ready to give it up. They got to hear his story. And it's online with his daughter. And that's what they want. Okay, I got no more pain. I'm gardening again. Guy's 90 years old. So all these different things, just the basics, help me. And then as long we go along and we teach, then we throw a little bit about Qi, because obviously that's the big thing. It's Qigong, and kind of what it is. And then we go into something else a little deeper. You know, the three treasures. We go into 5 elements, but it try to simplify it. But I don't want they hear this first, and if it doesn't work, and if some people say, oh, it's a placebo. Yeah, so what if it was? There's a placebo in everything.
Exactly.
I love that. So the whole point is, the key is to get them to try it. And the word spreading, I'm finding that we get the word spread out, more and more people are going to get involved, because you're going to know more and more people who are getting better. And
Well,
you know,
and then I studied traditional Chinese medicine for a year, and the first thing they taught us was the better that you, because George, you keep talking about how to explain it to people so that they get it, and they said that the more a patient knows about the treatment, the more benefit they're going to get from the treatment. So the you know, your way of trying to explain to people, you know, with the science and everything, that's a really important way to do it these days, I think.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but you know, people who are younger than us with their Qigong and Tai Chi, oh, hey, you got to come down. Anyway, it's cool. I think we're on the right side. I like being my age teaching Qigong. Yeah.
George, thank you so much. So
Thanks, Siobhan.
everybody, remember the Village of Healing and Wellness, Facebook, YouTube, website, and George has so much to offer, and I cannot thank you enough for joining us today. And remember, everybody, you can see George in person at the end of April at the Osher Conference. Okay. And George, I hope you'll, if you haven't already joined the National Qigong Association, that you'll join us and come to Denver.
Of course. And
Excellent.
Dr. Joe is the same. I mean, we've been,
Wonderful.
we've
I
been
believe
to-
he has been a longtime member of the National Qigong Association. So
Yes.
anything else you want to add, George, before I jump to Bill? Because we only have a few seconds for Bill.
Don't get me started.
I know we could do a whole other conversation with the three of us. So thank you again. So without
Siobhan, before you move on to Bill, I will extend your chat for 5 more minutes. Don't worry. I would like Anukul to be introduced to Sifu George. Anukul, later, Sifu has got enough data and something, so please bring them in the global platform as well, where the World Tai Chi will also be part of it, and the Ayush, the biggest ministry in the world, will also be. Let's group them together, and this is the whole purpose at Healing Our Earth, to group them together. And Siobhan, you mentioned the World Tai Chi Day. So at Healing Our Earth, we always support it, and I think this year will be the 27th anniversary. Isn't that right, Bill? 27th anniversary?
I'm going to trust you on that. I'd have to do the math.
Yeah, it's 27th anniversary. Last year was 26th.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and we support that. So you will then liaise with Sharon and everybody and make sure that we had a tremendous amount of input. Last time we had, at any given time, I think we had more than 1,200 people tapped into us.
That's cool. Yeah, it's so nice having yoga and Tai Chi and Qigong all coming together like this. It's really beautiful.
Yes, it's beautiful. And you know, this is all courtesy to Sharon, who is originally who brought the Chinese lady. I forgot the name. Sharon, who was the one, the smiley one, who is no longer?
Effie Chow.
Effie, yes. Effie
Yeah,
was there.
yeah.
Bill was there. Siobhan has already been here. So Siobhan, you still have a few minutes with Bill before Sharon takes over. And all of you stay around, even Joe stay around, because Sharon, after initial short session by Wai Ching Lee, who is a resident member at Healing Our Earth, we are going to break into a multi chit-chat session where Violet Live will be here and CJ Rhodes will be here. So Sharon, welcome. And I'm going to pass back to Shivam to have a little chat with Bill, who is also going to stay around with you. And thank you very much. Let's keep on rocking.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
George.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you,
you.
George. That was
And
great.
Bill, we'll talk some more soon.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful.
That'd be awesome.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, Bill. Okay.
Namaste.
Nice to see everybody. So, as most of you know, Bill and Angela Douglas, he's his wonderful half. We never see her on screen, but I want to mention that Bill and Angela Douglas are the founders, the originators of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And that started as a grassroots program. So, when you think of how things get big, you can start small in your own backyard and it can grow into an international sensation that Bill and Angela produced for us. Now, Bill, I'm also going to plug our Global Transformation Project, which is a website that you can go to, the Global Transformation
Transformation.org. Don't put you won't get there.
Okay. And I just wanted to say that this is another great website to tap into. We have great interviews with top researchers on mind-body practices and what is consciousness. And without further ado, yes, thank you. This is the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day website, but then we also have the Global Transformation Project with the videos. So, Bill, you wanted to talk today about a global awakening, and
Yes.
Angela gifted you with a beautiful book.
Oh, yes. What a coincidence that you mentioned that.
Yeah, which I bought, and I have to crack that open. But I'm going to turn the spotlight to you to talk about your topic today.
All right. Well, you were mentioning World Tai Chi Day. That all came out of a meditation. What happened was we were really frustrated because the media wasn't publishing all the science on Tai Chi and Qigong, and then later it became yoga, meditation, and mindfulness as well. And so in a meditation, this idea popped into the head, and it said, just get as many people as you can to come and do Tai Chi like a public spectacle, and then try to get the media to come and cover it. And it's going to be so visually spectacular, they're going to want to cover it. And so we did that. And we got 200 people in a gorgeous location in front of an art museum, and CNN picked it up. And then it just spread around the planet. And what we realize now is the reason that it spread around the planet wasn't because me and Angie and 198 of our friends were doing Tai Chi here in Kansas City. It was because there was a global consciousness of Tai Chi and Qigong and, mind-body people all over the planet that knew that it was time for the mass public to know about this stuff, because we were all enjoying, really extraordinary benefits. And like George was talking about, all these students that have healed from things that they have been told, the prognosis is you're going to have this for the rest of your life, and you're going to be on these pharmaceuticals for the rest of your life. And we see in these classes, me and George, I teach in hospitals as well, this is happening all over the planet. People are healing from things that they are being told is a lifetime condition. And so we're in the middle, we are the kind of the eking foreground. We are the eking foreground of a mass global awakening. And it's spreading all over the planet. These scientists have laid the groundwork that George mentioned. And that's, Siobhan mentioned, me and Angie just got back from 6 weeks in Asia. And before we left, I asked Angie to get me a novel to read. And she had no idea what this was. She just picked it up because she knew I liked the author. Dan Brown is the guy who wrote the Da Vinci Code, which taught the world a lot of really interesting religious history. So he has these kind of edutainment novels where there's a lot of facts in it, as well as the thrill ride of the novel, the fiction. But anyway, so the Da Vinci Code author, Tom Hanks made the movies. His new book that just came out is The Secret of Secrets. And Angie got this for me. And the first night of the trip, I opened it up and it just blew my mind because it's filled with science from the Institute of Noetic Sciences. In the first, 20 pages, you're going to read about Institute of Noetic Sciences, ions, several times. And ions has been in the foreground of this global transformation that's happening around the planet as mind-body spreads all over the planet. And IONS was the Global Consciousness Project is hosted at IONS. And they were the ones that discovered the World Yoga Day and World Tai Chi and Qigong Day had measurably increased coherence in global consciousness, not just for the yoga players or the Tai Chi or Qigong players, for the whole planetary consciousness. And this has massive ramifications for society, for all of us, because there's tons of research out there that shows that when you get the equivalent of 1% of a city's population as high-level meditators, so you bring in the equivalent of 1% of high-level meditators, you see dramatic reductions in violent crime rates and emergency room visits and all these kind of things. The first study they did, the TM Foundation did, was in Washington, D.C. And they brought the violent crime rates down 23% during the high crime season. And there was a correlation. As the number of meditators increased, the violent crime rates dropped in a corresponding way. So these things are spreading around the planet, and they can change the future of the planet. Now, what's significant about Dan Brown's book is that he's bringing IONS research. Me and Angie and, a lot of people with World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and, these mind-body circles that we work in, we've been trying to educate the public about the research at the Institute of Noetic Sciences because it's world-altering. And we've been trying to do that for decades. Well, Dan Brown has an audience of countless millions of people all over the world. His books are published in many languages. So every mind-body person should be celebrating this Dan Brown novel. And we're encouraging Tai Chi and Qigong teachers all over the planet to do what we did in our class. And we told our class, we've never given you an official homework assignment in all of our classes. But now we have one. It's really fun. Yet Dan Brown's The Secret of Secrets. So what Dan Brown's novel starts off with, one of the first studies that they cite from IONS is just bear with me for a second. I'll wrap all this up right here with this, because this is really important for everybody to know about. What they did was they created cards that had images that would evoke emotions and thoughts in people. And so I think they had one that would induce anger. They had one that would induce sorrow. And then they had one that would stimulate sexual arousal. And they had these people all wired up with sensors so that they could get, like a basic reading of how they looked biologically when they were in these states. And so then they brought people into the lab and they showed them these 3 cards. Okay. The first thing they discovered was that people were reacting to the card before they saw the card. Okay. So what that would indicate is that people would may have an ability to glimpse the future. However, they were looking at this in milliseconds. It was all on video and everything. And so they were able to go in and see exactly when things happen. And what they discovered, the next thing they discovered, this is the most incredible, mind-blowing thing that you're ever going to hear in your life. What they discovered was that people were reacting to the card before the computer chose that card. What that indicates is that we're creating our reality. We are creating our reality. The reality manifests from our consciousness. And this isn't the first time these things have been seen. I wrote a book called The Gospel of Science, Mind-Blowing New Science on Ancient Truths to Heal Our Stressed Lives and Planet. And in that book, it talks about the double slit experiments. And that's where when researchers are observing particles going through two slits, it makes two slits on a background screen, a light-sensitive background scene. Photons are being shot through. But when they're not looking at it, it goes through it like waves, and then it creates a wave interference pattern. So you don't see two columns, you see a whole bunch of kind of vague columns. And so what that tells you is that our consciousness is affecting reality. It's affecting physical reality. So the awakening that's going on is people are going to be more and more awakening to their own power and to the power of human consciousness. And then it becomes very obvious that we are creating our reality. So for example, right now, you know, Siobhan mentioned the Global Transformation Project. The obvious goal is to have a mind-body education program in public education all over the planet that would include, you know, the Harvard, Dr. Herbert Benson's Big Five, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness. So at 1 hour a day for kindergarten through 12th grade. And what it would do is it would help treat or prevent, it would actually prevent up to 90% of the health issues that these students would have had if we hadn't trained them in mind-body practice. And then also it reduces bullying rates, it improves behavior rates, test scores, all these kind of things. Intelligence, boosts the intelligence of the student by 20% when they start meditating. And so essentially we'd be emptying our prisons. The behaviors that would lead kids to prison, that would all be changed. It would all be nipped in the bud by mind-body practices in school. So you'd be curing the healthcare crisis. You'd be creating a more compassionate, less violent society. Science is in on all this stuff. And so a whole new world is right there. Why isn't it happening? Well, it's not happening because we're right here. And so all the mind-body people on the planet, we need to become visionaries. And Sharon Rose's documentary, which I hope to dive into in a huge way, this is a huge part of this global awakening. I mean, this isn't hyperbolic. This is the most important documentary I've ever seen in my life. It just is so multidimensional, and it has the ability to get the mass public extremely interested in mind-body practices. It really does.
Bill,
It's really extraordinary.
Bill, I'm going to hand you over now to Sharon because you're also on Sharon's program. And thank you so much. And I have some ideas for further conversations along this line. So thank you. Thank you, Nil, for inviting me to be a part of this program. It's great to see Sharon, Violet Lee, Dr. CJ Rose, Dr. Amalia has also joined us. So I want to thank everybody. I'm going to say goodbye and hand it over to Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. Thank you very much. Wonderful soul you are. You bring so many different kind of peoples on the platform. We are going to have a good fun. And Anukul, keep Siobhan in mind. Obviously, Kate and Bill. Anukul, you met him now. He started the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. So they get automatic entry in our global platform, the SATA platform, the Science and Tradition platform, where we can embrace that tradition completely. And they've got vast number of network of people. Keith has got a database that is so big and organized already. So that'll be very good. Sharon, it's all yours now. Let's go to Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, who has got a little session lined up for us. And then we are going to break into multi-chit chat all the way through till Clara comes. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone. It's so nice to be with you today on a topic that is so dear to my heart. I had been, well, some of you know, I've been a Kathak dancer and composer and many things, yoga practitioner for many, many years when I encountered Qigong. And now it's 10 years that I've been a Qigong practitioner. And the power of it and Tai Chi has been profound. When I went to interview, when I started this film 10 years ago, Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life, I met many wonderful Qigong and Tai Chi and Wushu practitioners. And I was so coming from not only all the dance, music, spiritual backgrounds. I've always gone deep into the spiritual teachings that are related to the movement, that are related to healing. And finding Qigong was just extraordinary. And I was so fortunate, not too long after I began, to meet my beloved Dr. Wai Ching, who is just an extraordinary healer, teacher, and so beautiful. Just really a wonderful representative of, of Qigong, Tai Chi, healing. It's on so many different levels. And she and Bill Douglas and Roger Yonka are also associate producers of Quantum Chi. And later I'll show you a trailer for the movie. It's wonderful to have you here, Wai Ching.
Thank you. Global namaste, everyone.
I
It's
know
so good
that
to be here.
I know your topic will be of really profound interest to Bill Douglas with the Global Transformation Project and to all our listeners.
Yes, I wanted to pick up what Bill was saying about, first of all, the Institute of Noetic Sciences. I had the privilege of doing Qigong and doing Qigong healing with Edgar Mitchell, the founder of Institute of Noetic Sciences. And so in Bali, we met at the Peace Conference and did some work with him and actually stayed with him in Florida, in his home several times to do Qigong with him. So before he passed on. And so I feel this soul connection with him. And you mentioning it, Bill, just really brought back all the memories of just doing the work with him and the stories that we shared about how he came to start the Institute of Noetic Sciences, which is now in Petaluma, isn't it?
Yeah, he
So,
did.
you know,
He
it
did a
was,
great service to the world. Yeah,
yeah,
he did a great service.
incredible influence. And what you said also, Bill, about being visionaries and working with people to become that and doing the transformational work. And this is what I've had also the privilege of doing just recently with many children. And my topic is about working with Qigong with children. And for many years now, I've had this, system. It's a bit too rigid to call it a system, but it's a rainbow Qigong, which the children love. And we have to reclaim the rainbow, by the way. So as the rainbow.
You
And
know,
and we
you know,
have to, you know what I mean.
if you
And
have
then
if you have any video of any of the children rainbow, the Global Transformation Project, we're putting up projects that are happening because it makes it so much easier for people to envision it because you've made it manifest. You know what I mean?
yes, and I actually have a video, a short one, 2 minute, and that's a 4 minute one. I chose this one to show you. And I have so many photos from Mallorca, videos and photos from Mallorca, Bali, and just recently Costa Rica and Guatemala. And now I've been asked to teach this as what I do is that I teach the Qigong as a precursor to what is now known as extraocular vision training. What it means is that we are reactivating, remembering the pineal gland, the third eye, to be fully awake. And so the training is actually working with children to see through blindfolds. And
I've seen kids do this. It is incredible.
So I'm a certified teacher in that field now, And using Qigong, so the person I work with, Marco Di Giano, is a lawyer, and I met him in Mallorca. But I've seen this phenomenon many years ago, almost 15 years ago, when it was demonstrated in Singapore by a young girl. And this came from one of the ashrams. And so that was absolutely fascinating. But then I was reintroduced to it in Mallorca about a year ago. And then we did work with two schools in Bali, and I'm going to show you a video. And then in Costa Rica and Guatemala, also with two schools, Forest School and then Woods in the World School. And now I've been invited to Martha's Vineyard to teach as well. And Marco is in Los Angeles and Portland right now teaching as well. So I would like to actually show you this, but we actually do Qigong with a full breathing exercise and then the visualization of grounding with roots into the earth. And I use the crystal ley lines and they go down into the crystals. And it's just wonderful. The children will say which are their favorite crystals. And then they go to the center of the earth and bring up the color orange. And so there's a lot of idiokinesis and visualization as they bring it up to the feet and to the knees as they go into the Tai Chi, soft knees stance and, the pelvic tilt, they lock in the energy and they do the whole thing. And then going through all the sun bow and then breathing down the front, up the back, and then connecting with Shen and releasing any tension, of course, in the kidneys, and to bring in through the etheric umbilical cord to the primordial jing. So all of that really is brought into play, and definitely with, bringing in the chi, right, and down into their bodies before we start the training. And of course, then we go into the tapping, the Taoyin of, tapping the Bai Hui and all the points, the C17, K27. We do all this tapping all to embody the chi. Then we go into like really strong breathing exercises to just settle themselves in. And then we go into this exercise of blindfolding them and then starting with colors, then we do numbers and images, animals, vegetables, fruit, and then we go on to reading. Sometimes after 3 days, the children are able to read text they have
Wow.
never seen before.
Wow.
And it was already amazing that they are able to ascertain, whether they're animals or fruit or vegetables. And they see so clearly, and even at a distance. So this really, we talked about, the quantum aspects, right? Whether we are observing or being observed, and the particles or wave aspects of quantum realities. This is like, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that and into remote viewing. And so we are actually training, not training actually, we're just reminding the children of their abilities. So
That's such a beautiful point. That's such a beautiful point. When we teach, we're not trying to change people. We're trying to help people remember who they are.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly that. And even the teachers have become more sensitive, and because what they essentially have to do is feel into all their senses. So I bring in all the senses. This is even more so that they are, whether visual or olfactory or clairaudience. So we bring in all the clair aspects of the hyper sensing and all the sensitivities. So even like the cards that they bring, the flashcards, some of them would sniff at it, some would listen, some would feel it like that, and some would put to their hearts, and some straight onto the opening of the third eye, so even the top of the head. So I encourage them to bring in all the senses, and it is really beautiful how quickly they receive this. And perhaps it's a good time to show you just a short clip. I'm collating all these photos and videos, which I would love to share with you once I put them in a portfolio. It's been very much a lot of happening, as Sharon knows, a lot going on. So perhaps I could just show this now, and you can ask questions about. Anybody has any questions at this moment?
I
Before
have a question, Wai Ching.
Yes, please.
The wonderful world about 60-something year produce a child on the earth. And I think she has a birthday today, hasn't she? Sharon?
Yeah, it was
What
not
are you
today.
going to,
But
for your very close friend, are you going to sing happy birthday, or you got a good memory with her?
oh my goodness.
Uh,
Happy birthday. Well, we spoke on her birthday, of course, and she had a
yeah.
wonderful, wonderful time. But, you know, the first memory was I was working on this film, and I had this in like a dream. The name Quantum Chi came to me, right? So I said, "Oh, I better look and see, this," and look, see if anybody else is using that, right? And and immediately I found Quantum Infinity Qigong, and this beautiful, well, you see her, this like beautiful woman. And so I reached out, and that was the beginning of such a deep and powerful friendship. And I have learned so much from her.
And Sharon, we have shown that video so many times, the gracefulness as she gently waves her hands about and everything. And in fact, it was her who insisted that she wanted to show your movie. So I said, hold on, I need a permission because copyright applies. And you came in, and this was the start at pandemic. I'm talking about May 2020. And ever since, Sharon, you've become the senior host and a producer. Wai Ching has been a host during the pandemic time, and she has been the contributor for bringing guests. So Wai Ching, very happy birthday. Just for people who wants to know our age, is 40 plus VAT. Okay. So
It's a very auspicious number. It's the yin yang. It's 69. So I'm turned 69 today.
How can you be 69?
it's
You know what?
amazing. Indeed,
That's
it
how
is
old
an
I am.
auspicious
I'm
number.
69.
Sharon, Wai
just
Ching,
turned
take it
69.
away, Sharon, however you like, because you got a video to show. Wai Ching has got, we got Violet Lai, and we got CJ Ross. So take it away, Sharon, as and how you like with Wai Ching.
Okay, I'll show the video now.
Yes,
Is that
please do.
it's only Earth years anyway. You don't be eternal, right?
That's
In
right.
our chi. So it's only Earth years. Okay. So and so I tell you, working with the children has really rejuvenated me tremendously. And
It's amazing working with
so
children.
spontaneous. Oh,
I worked in schools for about 6, 7 years, New York, etc., East Coast, and their hunger for learning and their ability to visualize and create these kinds of, I mean, I was working with dance and story, and I always say, I wish I had known Qigong to bring that in, because it's just so powerful. And we'll talk more about that, but show us.
yeah, it is so powerful.
The other
And
thing
also,
about children, the other thing about
yes.
children is their ability to be awestruck,
Yes,
to be in awe. Yeah.
They are in awe. They're so sweet. They're
Yeah.
really amazing. I also serve tea to them, Chinese
nice.
tea ceremony.
Oh,
And
nice.
as I was passing the tea, they were like, oh gosh, like they were sensing the tea, the scent, the aroma. They're like, oh gosh, and they were just into the whole experience of tea
That
drinking.
mindfulness aspect of a tea ceremony, that could be part of a public school mind body, because the science is in when you teach kids how to be mindful and feel, that's healing, that state of consciousness, that appreciation of subtle, senses like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I've done this work also with children who have been sexually abused, and that's the heavy part of my work. And it is absolutely, uh, I tell you, gratifying how their spirit is restored. You know, just by the beauty of the practice. It's something magical.
I'm sure you probably do some form of like the shaking where you just shake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right. The white.
that's really good for PTSD. Really good for PTSD.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the settles the nervous system, works with the vagus nerve, and also the synapses in the brain, and it just also shakes it all the like the sha qi, into the earth. And
Wai-Ching, let's
we do that.
kick on to the video, please, because the others will have to join on the chit chat as well. So let's kick in with the video, please, kindly.
Yes, with pleasure. Let me
Share
see.
screen, and then later we got CJ here, we got Violet here.
Okay.
Anakul.
Ready?
Yes.
I hope that's audio.
You've joined the audio?
Can you hear?
No.
Not yet.
Not presently.
Oh,
So
no.
go back and take the audio on as well.
How do I click the audio on?
Start over.
Share again. You have to turn off the share. Click on share.
CJ, to the rescue. Yes.
Turn
off the share. Okay.
Now when you share, there'll be a little button that says video or audio.
Share sound, I think is what it says.
Select the tick box.
Share sound.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you, team. Thank you. That's
Get
why it's
ready
like
to get
we
excited.
need a team. Oh my goodness, what is it now? Password. Sure. Look at that. I need a password.
Okay, Wai-Ching, don't worry. Wai-Ching will keep on chit-chatting with others. When you are ready, just put your thumbs up, okay?
All right, go chit-chat. All right.
Yeah, do offhand. So Sharon, while we are here at it, and it's your slot now, she might have got it.
Here she goes.
Wait.
Oh, here we go.
Just open your eyes.
Green?
Green! This is green. The goal with the kids is to reconnect them with their own intuition.
We have been supporting the kids to accept themselves and to create a sense of belongingness.
Intuition training could be really valuable for children in their creative insight.
Since 2.5 years, promoting workshop for kids, teenagers, and adults. And yeah, we noticed that we need support from society to bring this forward.
5?
Yeah, it's a 5. Good.
Intuitive session can come back to humanity.
When we follow the intuition, we should be really brave, trusting this inner voice, going with the flow, and we come to beautiful places.
Ooh, what is this? What can you see here?
Mouse.
Mouse. Small mouse.
All of us, we grow up thinking that we need the eyes to see, and they start to realize they don't need the eyes to see.
Wow, that's cool. That is cool.
Beautiful.
That's a very short version. That's a 2-minute one. We have a 4-minute one, then, and a lot of other footage. So I can share it with you.
That would be wonderful to share with Bill.
Did
and
you,
Bill and I are scheming up some very interesting things that as time goes on, we will be sharing with you all. I wanted to start this session with a quote, well, from Robert Peng, the wonderful Qigong master and healer. Refining essence into Qi, Qi into spirit, and spirit into stillness is not about becoming something new. It's about returning to the state where nothing is missing and peace is already present. One of the most beautiful aspects of Qigong to me is this, the return to stillness. Stillness of the body, stillness of the voice, stillness of the mind, stillness of the heart. And the healing aspects of Qigong encompass all of these areas. It's not just like a physical, exoteric exercise. We know this from yoga, of course, the same kind of thing. But the power of these practices on really grounding, centering, and clearing the mind and transmuting the emotions has been of great benefit to me and to most people I talk to who are Qigong practitioners. So I would really love to get your insights, all of you, you wonderful CJ, and oh, there's Violet. Namaste, Violet. About this combination, this unique combination that Qigong, Tai Chi, traditional Chinese medicine brings to healing on so many levels, that integration. So we'll start. I know that well, Violet, you all have incredible backgrounds. I mean, I've been in this 10 years, but I'm a beginner compared to all of you. So I'd really like to hear your insights, not just on what this can do, but how it's affected you as a practitioner, as a scholar, as a teacher. For me, I am just after 10 years really finding a new clarity of my mind, a new groundedness, which is really important in these really transformative, chaotic, changing times. So I'd like, we'll just go around and we'll start with Violet, and tell us about your insights.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. And some of you know, I am a writer. I have written more than 800 articles about the art of Tai Chi and Qigong. So I interview, excuse me, my throat is a bit tickling. So from interviewing the scientists, the expert, the master, and also the practitioners, I have found out Tai Chi and Qigong has incredible health benefit, both for the physical part as well as the emotional and mental benefits. Maybe you should go with the other person first.
Okay, we will. Okay, CJ is an extraordinary Qigong practitioner and researcher and teacher. I met her actually through our dear Effie Chow, and I'm just so
whom I miss dearly.
I only wish, I mean, Effie, she was like my biggest, gave me my biggest encouragement, and I feel her, I thank her, as this work of art that I've been doing is about to emerge in a big way in the world, thanks to all of you too. So I'm giving the platform to you.
First, I got to say, the others here, Bill and Violet Lee and Wei Ching, they are all amazing, amazing people. And Bill, of course, Bill knew Effie very well as well, and started the World Tai Chi Day. I need to, Bill and I work together on getting the event list up on the website. So we just now got it back up for this year, and we're hoping to get the email out so people will start listing that. Wei Ching and Marilyn Cooper and Jill Basso and myself will be presenting the poster at the Osher Center on the Tai Chi, on Tai Chi for Children. And Violet Lee and Carrie and Carrie Schumer and Keith Sinney, I think, are doing the experiential part of the program. They're actually going to be doing a physical movement and showing different movements. And then I'll also be doing the more scientific study, the systematic review of Tai Chi for Children. All of this came about because of conversations between Bill Douglas and Peter Wayne. Peter saying there's not enough scientific support for Tai Chi for children, which, you know, we know that it works, and we know how great it is, and we don't think we should have to wait for scientific study. I know Bill thinks we've got plenty of that, but Peter was saying we didn't, so I went ahead and did a systematic review and found a lot of support for Tai Chi for children. I used to run a Tai Chi for children program myself. Violet Lee does as well, and so does Wai Ching, of course, who, by the way, Wai Ching, we're still waiting for your stuff. You got to send it to us. We're trying to get it done. We're working on a paper. It's going to be we hope for it to be published in the Journal for Tai Chi, for Science of Tai Chi. And so there's a lot going on for Tai Chi for children. But I think this whole thing goes beyond just children, of course, Sharon. It's also just Tai Chi for healing. And there was an article in the NQA newsletter on Violet and me, and it kind of tells our story of how we got into Tai Chi and why we think it's so important for people to do, and why we're both willing to be ambassadors for the Science of Tai Chi conference, because it is important, and not just for everybody else, but for me physically alone, myself. I really, really, really need Tai Chi and Qigong. I wouldn't be here without Tai Chi and Qigong. And so, yeah, so it's one of those things that you try to tell people how great it is, and they think you're crazy as a loon because that's what it sounds like when you say, it's a mind-body practice. You have to do these movements and focus your attention and control your breathing. And if you do this, if you breathe deeply and you move slowly and you focus your intention, this magic combination will enable your body to heal. And it'll enable you to accomplish things that you never thought you could accomplish. It will enable you to calm down and deal with the world and be resilient. It will enable your bursitis to go away, and your sciatica, and your shoulder problems, and your neck problems, and your knee problems. All of this stuff can be helped by this very strange thing. You just got to do it every day. And it actually works. And that sounds crazy. And that absolutely sounds crazy.
It actually, to be honest with you, it actually makes absolute perfect sense. The reason that it sounds crazy to people is because I deal with the public all the time, hospital classes, and I can see what's going on in their faces and their eyes. And the problem they have with this is that they think that if something was this powerful and could change their life, and in fact, the whole world, so profoundly, they would be seeing it on CNN and Fox News and reading about it in the New York Times. That's why they think it's crazy, because they don't see it there. And I've had experience with the New York Times personally, where the science was denied to readers. I mean, I'd be happy to tell you.
Although it has shown up it has shown up in major.
You get little, but Dr. Herbert Benson's, realization that up to 90% of the health issues people are facing could be best treated or prevented by mind-body practices, that is not getting through to the public. They're not aware of that. And if you say that, like you say, you start to appear insane to them, because they're living in this alternate reality that is not based on reality and truth and fact. It's just, it's profit. The whole media industry is based on profit. Most of the funding comes from pharmaceutical companies most of the news programs people watch.
You're absolutely right. So these are the obstacles that we have to overcome. And
Yeah.
one of the ways that we overcome that is getting together in programs like this. Nils Kumar is just fabulous for having us all gather and share with everyone the world of Tai Chi. And all the things that we are doing. And so it's just, I think let's hear from some other people now.
I'd like to interject for a moment, because when I first encountered Qigong, I had no idea I was even going to make a film on Qigong. I was going to speak with Mantak Chi about the light body, and then everything went into a whole other dimension and a whole other focus. When I encountered it, I came from a amazing background of really looking into mind-body practices of training in craniosacral and something called the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation, and then having dance and healing as a big part of my life. I was so taken, not only with the teachings, but the teachers that I interviewed were so giving and so open. And I was just thrilled. And so I've spent, really, it's now 10 years since I started. And my mission has been to bring Qigong and Tai Chi to as many people as possible throughout the world. And so, I mean, I want to just for a second show you. Okay. Yes.
Well, while you're doing that, Sharon, I just wanted to mention again, this documentary, this could have a huge impact on the planet. Every mind-body person on the planet needs to be supporting this getting out to as many people as possible, and telling their students, telling their associations that they belong to, that we really need to come behind this as a global mind-body movement.
I've been just thrilled. I mean, almost like I'm trying find the word, in Indian dance, we would be going like this, right? Humbled at the response from around the world. And it's just been, I don't even know what to make of it.
Sharon,
Congratulations for winning
Yes.
so many awards for you.
And there's more. I've applied for more. So, and not only that, but I'm also a music producer and composer, and I've been working with the amazing Arhu Zhonghu virtuoso Jabing Chen, and that the music is also winning many awards. And at the moment, I'm working on an adjunct, which is a meditation album for people to relax their minds, to do practice with. And I'm just so blessed to be working with some amazing people.
It's
Neil?
really beautiful. It's really beautiful. But if I could just say one thing real quick to all the Tai Chi and Qigong teachers and people out there, this documentary that Sharon created, this isn't a documentary about this teacher or this style or this. This is a documentary about the huge possibilities of Tai Chi and Qigong and mind-body practices, really. And it's got a whole bunch of different masters talking about subjects from their angle. And there's no certain one that says, that has said this is the right one. And so what I've found since I've been showing it to people and students, this documentary, it doesn't matter what style you teach or who you are as a teacher, this documentary it's your brochure. This documentary will get students and the public to come to your classes. It's not about getting them to go to some other teachers' classes that documentary is about or anything like that. And really, the community, we really need to get that. When you see this documentary, you can get it on Film Hub. You can pay for it on Film Hub right now. Watch this documentary. You'll see what I'm talking about. This is your calling card to the entire planet for your classes.
And
It's
Sharon,
about all of it.
Sharon, you're going to show a
trailer.
So can you do that now? Because people are in chat saying, can we see this?
Oh, sure. Let's do it.
It's the film is very long. The documentary is very long, I think, but
it's a feature.
1 hour 26 minutes, right?
It's
86.
It's a normal documentary.
It's not something that you can watch like while you're doing other things. It's an experience.
Right.
So hopefully the trailer will give you a little look into what the masterpiece that this.
Yeah. This is not okay. Let me see. This isn't. It's not. Let me see if you can hear the sound because it's not telling you anything about. Let me try again. Okay, let's do this.
The little checkbox to include.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the checkbox. Oh, there it is.
When you click share, then you'll see it. You only
yeah,
see
I got it. I got it.
We're going to be really good at this.
And maximize your screen.
Yes, thank you,
Maximize
CJ.
it on your screen. There you go. And
let's move this out of the way.
Yeah, that's great.
Move this out of the way.
Now click the play.
Yes, here we go. Now this is.
You got to click.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get there because it's disappeared. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Qi is the foundation of many healing arts. Qi is foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi.
What is Qi? Ask back what is not Qi? Whether from ancient wisdom tradition or newly discovered quantum physics point of view, we know for sure the whole universe is made of energy.
When the qi flowing, you can feel like warm, nice, expand, some tingling. So there are many different sensations. Because qi, when it moves, it also have a power to heal.
And therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, for longevity, for self-healing, and for healing others.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for sports, for martial arts, improving strength, stamina, coordination, balance. It's also an athletic skill because it improves your understanding of your body and your physical strength.
It's interesting that the Chinese came up with this array or spectrum of practices that starts with very internally focused meditation and then moving up into gentle Qigong practices and then continuing on to Tai Chi practices and then ending up over in Kung Fu and gymnastics and so forth.
The warrior of Qi is about transforming stress, unhealthy power dynamics, the suppression of people, the destruction of nature. The warrior looks around and sees what the world is doing, finds ways that need to be transformed, to be shifted, and holds that vision of a higher practice in their hearts.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
In the end, why do we do Qigong? It's to lead a happy, quality, beautiful life. Yeah? It's to elevate the human experience. So that's more than listening to all the bad news in the world. We can't change everything. We can change ourselves. This is what Qigong can do. It's an empowerment to learn Qigong. It's a true health care system. And this is the opportunity in sharing Qigong with the world.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. I put a lot of time in, and I'm thrilled about the response we've gotten so far. It was accepted for distribution by Film Hub, who then pitch it all over the place, Amazon, all these streaming services. And then I'm about to reach out throughout the world to distributors in different countries. I would love to get this into China. I had a translator, a Chinese translator of medical texts, who translated for me. And she was really taken with it. I said, well, what did you think? And she was really taken with it. And then met with a Chinese woman yesterday about, how do we get this deep reflection of the beauty of the culture into mainland China.
It can or cannot be watched right now, Sharon. Can we give people a URL to go watch it? Bill said that it could be watched on Film Hub, but I don't think it can be yet.
No, it's not. We're planning a huge launch. The way it goes now is they pitch it
because you shared it with us, but the public has not yet seen it. It has not yet.
It's in process. It's coming in the next probably. My dream is it happens either, right around, or at least, the U.S. online premiere happens like maybe right after World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. The process takes a while. They have to accept it. I don't have a choice in when it airs finally, but they reach out to all the big streaming services, and to universities and to libraries. So, I'm going to do everything I can. I made a beautiful electronic press kit to send out to get it into individual distributors in individual countries as well.
Now, is there any way that people can help facilitate, to contact streaming services or, because like you say, World Tai Chi Day is coming up, to alert them, hey, World Tai Chi Day is coming up. There's this documentary.
Well, first, we just got approved, and I had a subtitle issue that we fixed. And so now they start their process. It usually takes 2 to 3 months before it airs. So, by then, hopefully it'll be, we'll be able to tell people where, and then Bill and I are working on another big project that has to do with screening it. But also May 3rd, it's going to be premiered at the Wellness Film Festival in Los Angeles. So that will be wonderful, and I'm very excited. It also it got Best Health Film at this Cannes World Film Festival, and and what was the other? It just won Best Documentary at the Esoteric Film Festival in Moscow, and it's just been, the feedback has been really profound for me.
One thing I wanted to mention is Peter Wayne. Peter Wayne has contact for some Tai Chi people at the university in Shanghai, because I talked to him for a long time. I actually got their card, but I don't. My office is a disaster.
I'll write to him. Well, I've been thinking to send him the electronic press kit to see how it's evolved. But also, it won in the Shanghai Independent Film Festival as well. So
that should be a good inroad for the Shanghai University people.
Yes, and Jay Bing grew up in Shanghai and went to the conservatory. So, but let's move on. I have you all here. I have these masters here. So, hi, namaste, Clara. So Clara is going.
Namaste to you as well. Lovely to see you.
She's an amazing host of radio and podcasts. I don't know, Violet, if you know each other, but you should, because you're both really, really talented. And we were talking about, she has a connection with UK Health Radio, and she wants to present a whole, like a show that goes on for a while. Will you describe what you want to present to them?
Well, quite exactly. Well, I have just done a soft pitch. I'm going to multi-layer it. So UK Health Radio have a broad spectrum of what they look at with health stuff, and so they haven't got anything on to do with Tai Chi or Qigong since I did my last stuff with them probably about two years ago, which I think we definitely Bill's been on there, and you have, Sharon, as well, and we've had other Qigong people come in and share. And in fact, I won't go on to the whole One Chi thing that we were doing, but that idea of bringing a presence of Qigong and what that is and how that can really help people with their everyday lives, I think is really, really key at the moment as we are navigating this this chaotic sort of existence that our world is giving our mainstream culture. And so I would love to be able to bring in a weekly show that is directly linked to Quantum Chi and all the presenters that are there and the people that have helped you make it as well, Sharon, and all the gorgeous music that is underpinning it all too. And I worked out we've already got about a year's worth of potential per show. So it's a very rich ground, so I'm hoping that we can sort that, and we definitely need sponsorship for that. So we're talking about this behind the scenes, aren't we? So yeah,
Yes, we're talking about a lot because the power of these practices, since COVID, it's even gotten stronger. And Clara and I, we were talking, was that yesterday, about how the power of it to help in these times, and especially with the energies and the frequencies are just all over the place. The sun is doing things, the Schumann resonance is all, and so we were talking about grounding, and she brought up a very interesting concept from Ken Cohen. So tell us about that.
Yeah, it's the primordial Qigong form which came into my life 10 years ago. We were talking about the 10-year cycle, weren't we? And
Yes.
I'd already been teaching elemental Qigong for 15 years. And I was really grateful that Master Ken came into my life because I was really looking for some lineage Qigong alongside my biodynamic way that I was taught by two craniosacral shiatsu practitioners, very aware of meridian lines, but not so much aware of the lineage forms. I've always been so interested in that. And so when I invited Master Ken to come over to the UK to actually run a whole workshop for a whole weekend, I said, well, what would you advise? Because he's got loads of options. He's got so many things that he teaches. And he said, well, we need to start at the beginning. We start with primordial Qigong. And oh my goddess, I've been so grateful to him for sharing that with us. I mean, we probably had about 70 people in a massive hotel room on the south coast of the UK overlooking the ocean. It was beautiful, but it came in my life when I was home free. I had a nomadic existence for a while. I was menopausal, very feisty. It was hitting me hard, but in a good way. And I was living on a hut on the edge of a cliff, and I was really finding a lot was coming up, a lot of my edges, a lot of my shadows. And it was just when that form came in, I was so grateful that I had something to lock onto, to really give me a different focus, and to relax into, or to not relax, to surrender into, and to let it move through me. And it just was ticking all the boxes in a way that I was ready to be ticked. And it also challenged me hugely and took me through a whole dark night of the soul and all of that, which came out the other end, but it gave me the tools and techniques to be able to do that. And I don't know how many of you here have done primordial Qigong. Is it something that you're all aware of? Yeah, CJ, yeah.
What's it like? Sometimes the titles don't, you know what I mean? It's like you've done things, but you don't know the title that somebody uses.
Yeah, it was said to be the Qigong of Qigong. It was brought through by Grandmaster Feng. Yeah, exactly. But
Which one is it? I mean, can you give us a quick demonstration?
Or just kind of a synopsis?
It's got 14 different segments to it, but the
we'll see. We'll recognize it.
well, one of the most interesting things to you, or I love about it, is the co-joining move is the Great Wheel of Qi, but it's the Great Wheel of Qi with a certain approach to it. And I love that movement, you know, where you're lifting up and pouring down.
Oh yeah,
and you can
beautiful.
just do it with your breath, or you can do it with an affirmation, and you can also use it as a scanning device to how your energy field is and your dantians are feeling.
Yeah, we call it a cleansing. We call it a cleansing when we do it. Yeah.
Exactly. And this focus on cleansing, I'm glad you mentioned that, Bill, because I think clearing is so important. It is something our cells are doing all the time. And when we can help to nourish and activate them in a holistic way, we support all our detoxification protocol processes that we need to have on board in this time of like lots of toxicity, when we want to come into clarity of vision and really connecting with our hearts and trusting our gut instincts and understanding that our intuition and our ways of being is the key. That is our inner compass, and to be able to nurture that without everything being in the way. All the clearing forms are absolutely priceless, I feel, at the moment.
Yeah.
And when we start off with a primordial qigong, the first thing you do is a clearing form. Like, how many of us teachers, the first thing we do with our students are clearing? I mean, you mentioned shaking earlier. Shaking, great way of clearing.
Yeah.
And so
Well, I think you're really tapping into something really important for the whole of humanity, and that is that I think the Tao Te Ching, it put it so succinctly. Lao Tzu, he said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." And this great awakening that we're all going through, where, all these things in my classes, I talk to my students, I say, all these things that are coming up and being exposed, and kind of shaken the way that we see the world, this is all part of the awakening. Buddha said the road to enlightenment is paved with disillusion. And so, but you keep talking about coming back to the core. And so just constantly cleansing and letting go and coming back to, Wai Ching puts it so well, coming back to the core. It's like that's what people need. That's what people need so desperately today. And young people, not just old people, which is what most of us teach. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, young people need this so desperately. Yes.
They really do. And one of the words that's coming up a lot around the practices that we share is somatic. And I find that this is a way that we can speak to the younger crew, because they're into this somatic word. And of course, Qigong's always been a somatic practice. And so it's like, oh, what's the latest vernacular? Right, we'll use their lingo, and then we'll help to sort of give them an experience. Because once you give somebody an experience, it's really theirs. And so we can chat about it, because science is important. All of this stuff is really important, but dropping in, moving with the rhythm of your breath, grounding yourself into the earth, opening your heart and connecting to the heavens. I mean, it's a pleasure practice, really, which everybody can do. And when we all do it together, it's just,
The power is incredible. I've noticed that in the times that I've shown the film, and to college students, to all different spectrums, immediately, and Wai Ching knows because she was with me for some of it, they want to practice then and there. Right.
When I watch it, I can't sit still. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I know that it would affect the whole public that way. Yeah.
Well, it did. Can I just share when Wai Ching was in Glastonbury with me? Do you remember that? And we showed Quantum Chi movie, the first iteration of it, just before COVID hit. And it was so special because you were there, and people were then able to come in and do a practice around it. And you're so right, Bill. People want to experience it. Once you see that film, you want to engage with it more, because in itself it's a transmission and an invitation. And so this follow through, as you say, it's like a brochure for Qigong. It so is, and more. And so I think it's going to really help to bring it right up onto the map. So how we manage this moving forward. I know you're so wise with your approach here, Sharon. You're really covering all areas. There's such a thoroughness to the work that you're delivering now.
Well,
And
I
to
wanted to show the beauty. It's not just, I wanted it to be experiential and be beautiful, because
Well,
this
I think
world wants it. The beauty is like the how do I say this? The understanding of beauty is just diminishing. Everything's fast, and
right.
I wanted, and that's why I have all these drones, and you see like Wai Ching, in Bali, in the midst beautiful nature. In fact, there's only 2 shots in the entire 86 minutes that are indoors, because the connection between, Qigong, Tai Chi, and nature and Taoism really is profound. But I want to get back to Clara, what we were talking about the Dantian and Ken's
yeah.
teaching.
So this is what so Master Ken, sure
Yeah, because last night I was doing my practice, and I was doing the visualization
on the
of
Dang.
yeah,
Yeah,
the Dang,
so
and
when he first
wow.
when we come into primordial Qigong, he's saying, right, we're going to work with the 3 Dantian, but not quite as you know them. Well, he didn't quite say those words, but you're working with the upper Dantian, the sacral Dantian, and the Dang Dantian. Now I'm like, what is he talking about? What's a Dang Dantian? Never come across that. Obviously work with base chakra stuff and earth star stuff. But as he was explaining, when you gather up to just between your legs at the top, it's a sensitive area, but one that when you gather your energy into, it's going to give you a really profound robustness. So I'm curious to know whether any of you here have worked with your Dang Dantian before and what you know of it.
Now, are you talking about like root chakra? Is it kind
I
of?
think so. I mean, it's clearly deeply linked with the sacral Dantian, lower Dantian anyway. But what happens with this, because Sharon was talking about the deepening of the grounding practice, which is something that is utterly key for all of us to not just do personally, but to share with our students, our friends, our family. Our grounding is the key to stability.
I think, it's universal to all styles, but that sinking, sinking where you just let go and you have faith that it'll be okay if you just let go and just sink, and then you don't fall over, and then that gives you this efficacy and confidence in the world, and I think that letting go, that sinking is such a huge thing.
So I've got something to add to that.
Uncle, I know wants to speak.
Yeah, it's about the Mooladhara chakra. It's called the Mooladhara chakra.
Yes,
that's the grounding element. And they usually say that if you want to really grow properly in your spiritual practice, that's where you should start from. And the grounding starts from there. And another point that happens is, again, I don't know if you know, there is a particular sect which we call the Krishna. You know what Krishna is? Krishna is fundamentally consciousness. If you watch the dances from Manipur, there's a state called Manipur. And one of the classic forms of dances is that they are completely covered in a veil all around the head. And the importance of this is saying that we are above the 5 senses. They fundamentally, so we are so-called Goswamis, and we are from the Vaishnava same cult. And the idea is that you should not be dependent on your senses alone. There is a point beyond that, and that's where the visualization comes beyond it. And so as Dr. Yi Ching was saying, that fundamentally, if you can close up all your so-called senses, then you go to the super senses. That is Chakradhara. Shashradhara chakra there. So Mooladhara is at the bottom, and at the topmost level is the 7th, and all the 6 layers in between are there in between. So fundamentally, you're going to develop your ground. That is Mooladhara, and at the very top level is the Shashradhara chakra.
Mm-hmm. And I also look at the perineum.
It'll be worth seeing the what you call Manipuri dance, and they've got beautiful veils around it. They cover their face and ears, and they have exactly the same moves as you have in Qigong.
It's very, it's interesting, Uncle. That was one of the first dances I learned.
Right.
In Manipuri, some Bharatanatyam, and some Kathak. Now, I ended up in Kathak, but I did learn Manipuri in the very beginning, like 78.
So
Yeah.
graceful a dance. It's a beautiful
Oh,
dance.
it's so beautiful. It is. You're right. There are movements in it that look very much like Qigong. Wai Ching, you wanted to.
Just going to say that we do the practice of lifting the perineum, also between the sexual organs and the anus, and pulling that. Is that what you're speaking about, Clara? Before I want to say that thank you for hosting me twice in Glastonbury, and where it's like thank you, where we managed to show the quantum chi, and if you remember, I actually talked about somatic education because that's what I did for my BA in integrated health, is the somatics and bringing in the endocrine glands and all the anatomical aspects into Qigong to make it more available for people, and to send the E to the exact location and to feel the soma and allow the emotions to arise as well. So, that is what needs, it is happening anyway, to modernize it and to make it available, especially to younger people. I do something called techno Tai Chi, right? It's the
Would you
techno music.
define E for our viewers?
Hey, say that again.
Define E. You said E.
Oh, the intention.
The mind. Define.
Yeah, intention, right?
Yes.
And we don't even need to send it to the body. We're just sending it to the morphogenetic field, which is what we are doing with Bill, right? To transform the planet. We're sending it out, and we're emanating this chi and making changes. And we know that through quantum healing, right, Bill? Like through quantum entanglement. That's all we have to do is to think it, and then we as long as we can learn how to crystallize it and focus on it.
Yeah, we started approaching it with two things, and I think it's got a global, it's a fractal global truth. But the way we started looking at it was when we breathe in, that's a yang, an action, breathing in, and then we'll think the thought, whether we're just thinking the thought of the energy expanding in a certain part of our being or whatever, or something bigger than that, in our lives. So we breathe in, that's a yang action, and then we think the thought, in words, that's yang, left brain. But then when we exhale, we let go. We just let go. We let go of the intention. We let go of everything. And then we just have this feeling of it just kind of manifesting or enjoying the sensation of the expanse of that without directing it in any way. So it's kind of like we're constantly kind of dancing between left brain and right brain, ethereal and physical. And I kind of think that's what we're all doing. All this stuff that everybody's doing, it's like we're building this stuff up intellectually, but then there's this kind of sigh of yin where we just kind of let it go through the world. And that's one thing about your documentary, Sharon, that it's so yin. Of course, it's very intellectual. I mean, it's incredibly well done cinematography, but you're able to enable the viewers to not just watch and learn with their left brain, but to feel the experience of Qigong when they're watching it. And that is what makes it so powerful. And that's how I see it being so able to really have a huge impact in the world as it gets out there to a mass audience, because it's, some of you have mentioned it, but yeah, you really feel when you're watching it. And then
that's what's so important.
That heart-centered consciousness. You see, I think the middle Dantian kind of went by the wayside with a lot of Tai Chi. We went to the lower Dantian. And I think a lot of that was because in the beginning, Tai Chi was kind of shamed as being some kind of woohoo religion thing. And so Tai Chi contracted, and we said, well, no, we're just a physical thing. We're a physical martial art, and that's all we are. You know what I mean? And your documentary, I mean, it totally, bows to the incredible nature of the, the martial Tai Chi. You know, I mean, it's gorgeous, you know, how it celebrates that, but it gets to the core of this stuff, you know, and that's the heart-centered consciousness. And Heart Math Institute, when you look at their research, you see how powerful this is. And so I feel like you're doing a couple of things. You're exposing it to the world in that beautiful, heartfelt way where they can feel it. But you're also, I think you're going to have an impact on the Tai Chi and Qigong world of bringing us back to the importance of the middle Dantian, the heart.
That's because I've studied some with Master Li Jianfeng and Jing Li.
Oh, beautiful.
And their whole, you know, it's like the Qigong of universal love. And he has a beautiful practice that I actually, you know, filmed him teaching, of the union of two hearts.
Oh.
And so they really, really focus on the heart chakra and then uniting the Dantians. And it's really a beautiful practice.
The first time I saw Master Li, I was at the National Qigong Association, and it was 25 years ago or whatever, whenever I was first announcing the idea of World Tai Chi Day. And he spoke right before I spoke. And when we were walking out, we were complete strangers, never met before. We're walking out, everybody's walking out for lunch or something from the plenary session. And he walks up to me, a complete stranger, and he said something that had a huge impact on me. And he said, "Why are you doing this? You know, this idea of a World Tai Chi Day." He said, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "If you don't do it for love, don't do it at all." And that just blew my mind that he would say that to a complete stranger. And I was kind of just like kind of in a state of shock. But it never went away. I kept hearing him say that over and over and over again. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I have just one point to add, and it's a request to all of you who can really express the things properly. Is that once you start intellectualizing your experience, you really cannot express your experience. Experience is a very different thing from intellectualizing and splitting it. And the way I've taken it is as an example from Sadhguru's example. What he says is that if you take we are as scientists and surgeons or whatever we have a tendency to split everything up properly. And that's what we classify as science. We take a flower and you can take a knife and split it up into hundreds of pieces just to see what it looks like and what it feels like. That is what our conventional science is. Unfortunately, that knife cannot be used to get the whole flower together and get a full essence of a flower.
Yeah.
So I think that's what is central to our understanding, that experience is that flower and you cannot split it and see it with your intellectual mind. And that is where the big split comes between what is our conventional scientific experience as opposed to an experience that we have feeling within ourselves. I don't know how you're going to put it on as a way of understanding quantum concepts as opposed to unitary concept, what we'll call the Newtonian philosophy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think, you know, Heart Math Institute, you know, and the Noetic Institute and IONS, I think that's why their research is so powerful, because it really does show us in scientific reality that we're much bigger than this little left brain can handle. And I tell my students, when I first started doing this stuff, I was working in a shipping department in an aerospace corporation, and I'd be in my Tai Chi and Qigong class and I'd start having experiences. And then I would start thinking in my mind, okay, how am I going to explain that to my buddies in the shipping department? And then eventually I had a paradigm shift. And I realized I don't have to explain this to my buddies in the shipping department. I don't have to explain anything to anybody. I can have experiences that go beyond what I'm capable of explaining. And that was like a moment of great liberation. So it's kind of like we're dancing in two worlds. When we do this stuff, we're going into places that you can't really describe with words. But on the other hand, we're living in a world where we are trying to describe this, you know, to other people. And again, that's why I think Sharon's documentary is such a powerful tool we should all use to the max, because it takes people into that heart consciousness that's much bigger than we can put into linear words. Yeah, that's such a profound aspect of that documentary.
Shall we now tell people some of the future events, and then I can put call to action? I want to introduce some of you to each other for something that is happening as a conference next year, where each one of you will be part of it because it's a master organization. So let's tell people what's happening, Sharon, over the next few episodes. And here you go for the future episodes, and the first one next week.
Agnihotra, healing earth, body, mind, and spirit, just what we've been talking about. Sunday, March 1st, 2026, 2 p.m. GMT onwards. We'd love to have you with us for this. Maybe we'll go up to the ashram for their fire puja. Be wonderful.
Beautiful.
And then after that, International Women's Day special, Sunday, the 8th of March, Empowering Woman, Empowering Humanity. This is always a wonderful episode. We have people from women and men from all over the world celebrating the beauty and power and grace, etc., of women.
And we can choose a topic, Sharon, in case if in your slot you want to bring women in business, women in arts, women in culture, women in education. And then rather than an individual giving a session, if it's a multi chit chat, so a lot of people can take something back home, okay?
Yes.
Will be good.
Yes. Then Sunday, the 15th of March, World Kidney Day, kidney health for all, caring for people, protecting the planet. This is always a very in-depth, very helpful episode.
Some of the top kidney experts will be there as in every episode. I'm going to fast track to our Qigong because we got this one here.
And then World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, Sunday, the 26th of April. This is going to be excellent, as always, and hopefully I'll have some big news for you about the film by that time.
And maybe we can propagate the idea of World Qigong Day, not just in certain part of the world, but in everywhere where we can.
Everywhere,
We'll talk
everywhere.
about it now.
Yes.
So I'll come to World Qigong Day and everything. I think we should propagate now into all party parliamentary groups. That is the British way of saying things. Clara, you seem to be taking deep interest in that. So later I will involve you with Anukul and other people over here. Maybe I will lead the way of introducing an MP or a Lord, because many of you know I'm connected with the government level or a top Hyde Park level or Trafalgar level. It's time that we have a real World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, which means it should be recognized by organization and country. China, Hong Kong don't even know about it. They don't even consider it. I did a waiting allowance. We check out on a waiting on it, that who do that. So why don't we start with the British people first? Because London still carries the weight in the world, the colonial style. If we can set up an APPG, which is all party parliamentary group. In America, you got different because you got Senate there and things. If we can propagate that, Bill, and I've been telling you for 3 years, we need to have a communication where I can talk to you. If you can keep your database ready, it will be required. Clara, you stay, it will take 2-3 years for APPG to kick in. Once it kicks in, and if the government are talking about it, then the venues are granted, central places are granted. Maybe Wembley will be a very good spot because Wembley Stadium is just outside Olympic Way, so it'll be very beautiful. So that's one call of action. Let us, the work that Bill and you and some of you have been doing for 27 years, let's put it into media and government level, okay, and see what happens in 3 years. I will help you because I've now seen you. Some of you are very serious. And thanks to Sharon and Wai Ching, who brought a lot of people. Bill, you are now part of Healing Our Earth. We have seen vociferously how passionate you are. Clara, you are doing something very good, so I'm going to shift on you now. Are you planning to do podcast, a radio broadcast, or audiovisual TV broadcast via radio?
Well, I can do any or all of those. Who wants it?
So you are planning, so have you got the audience? Have you got the equipment?
Yeah, so I've got the equipment and I've got some ideas, and I was waiting for Sharon to sort of give me the go ahead, really, which she did day before yesterday. And we're in close contact and as to how we can actually do this in a way that's going to make sense, and also to do interviews that are then able to be used in different ways. So which is, so that when
We'll
I have
talk-
one of you coming in to speak, that one interview can be used on different platforms. So it'd be great to have it as video, but also it's very useful to have it on audio only, because then we can get onto Spotify and those other sort of streaming platforms.
Clara,
So
we'll talk about it in detail later. Just a quick answer. Just give me yes or no answer. So if you're planning, nowadays the radio stations are even broadcast stations. So radios actually are now videos as well and visual as well, because you can go through via Nextstream and OTT platforms and everything. When you come to London next, I'm going to introduce you to Brahma Kumari's headquarters over there. I want you to go and see the outfit. It's a part of things that I do to help people, and see if those kind of things help you. And then a CIC option, which is an option here in United Kingdom, which will be very good. And maybe once you get going, Anakul, say hello to him. So from August, you might also be able to use Up North, where you can plug in. And then there are radio stations which are connected to us. What you are setting is different, but we'll discuss about that. So don't give up on it. There are a lot of opportunities. The costs are less because you are using the power of technology.
yeah,
So
thank you, Neil.
it's important. So it's encouraging. So in London, I think you need to go to Wilson, the Global House, where I will just recommend you, and you'll be welcome there. Have a dinner there and just meet. Nishit can come, our technical director. If I am free, I will be there. Anakul, you'll be in touch with anyway. So now let's come to the APPG, which is the British way of going into the British Parliament over here. Let's get the process going now. So within 3 years, we have got an APPG, which will then kick in if Donald Trump, if he's still in friends with the United Kingdom, then it will be easy to kick in. So like how we did for the yoga day, Swami Ramdev, who is the one who made it happen, came to UK in 2006, and that was what you saw me world over, making him whatever he is, and went to the Prime Minister, and now he's an international. It's a big thing. Of any spiritual stuff, yoga is a huge thing, official as a world day. Let's bring Tai Chi. We don't need the hardcore Chinese or Hong Kong or the Chinese derivatives, because we'll go from a metropolitan Western point of view, okay, as embracing the tradition within the general traditions of the people. So we'll go slightly differently. So it'll be very, very useful. I want you to meet Anukul Goswami, who is one of the joint conveners with Dr. Amrita for a next year's organization called SATA. SATA. S stands for science, A is for end, tradition association, where the science will meet the tradition seamlessly in a harmony, no ego, nothing, and we'll see how it can actually help government, education, community, society, consumer to understand alternative, complementary, integrative health. Bill, you come in here in transformation. Sharon, you will be very useful because you are an artist, you are a dancer, you are a movie producer, you love yoga meditation, you love Tai Chi and Qigong. So if you could coordinate with Anakul, not now, it will be a tail end of March.
Love
You're
to.
very
I'd
busy.
love to. Yes.
Anakul,
Yes.
Clara is in United Kingdom. She's now settled wherever she has moved to. She's in a different time zone at the moment. So keep in physical touch with her, maybe tail end of March. Wai Ching is very useful. I used to call her our roving ambassador. She would suddenly call me, Neil, I'm in Peru and I want half an hour in this episode. And I would say, what do you want? Fine, she would go and do something. Or she would be in Ecuador, or she would be in Singapore or Malaysia. So she's still our roaming ambassador over there. Bill has done tremendous amount of work. So at Healing Our Earth, we first want to meet people. Now I feel that because for 3-4 years we've been meeting, let's put call to action into physical medium, because all of you on the screen, including myself, our shelf life is not more than 30-40 years. So let us leave a good legacy. Let us leave people who are junior to us like Amrita. In fact, we've got the youngest host at Healing Our Earth, 10-year-old and 16-year-old, who have actually taken the Healing Our Earth by storm here. So Healing our earth is all yours, okay? Everybody's. Here it's not mine or Anukul's or Sharon. We never say that. We say this is our platform and use it like that. Connect with people. So it'd be very, very useful. So Sharon, you are busy. In fact, you are busy right through till November because some of the accolades you might collect will not give you free time, but you are fine. Wai-Ching, you are still moving around and presently you are in Singapore, but it'll be very useful. Clara, you are settled up in a beautiful part of England at the moment, and Anukul is over here. So when you think of North England, he's in Vegan, then now you got a reason to connect to North and meet people. When you come to London, go straight to the Brahma Kumari one because they will share information with you. Or if you go to Leicester, then I can put you in the radio house over there. It'll be very beautiful. And William, we need to talk about, because you still need to penetrate the Canadians and the American government level, which are slightly unstable at the moment because there is lots and lots of frictions there. So I don't think this year is a good
I
time.
wouldn't say slightly. I'm sorry. Complete chaos right now.
I will be prudent and say just slightly. Remember, positive thinking manifests better, you know. Actually, I love because, you know, since Donald Duck has left Walt Disney, Donald Trump is the only replacement. Every day he wakes up in the morning and he can do and say what he likes. I love the character because he just comes up with some jokes and something funny. So I look at it that is an entertainment for us, okay? But let's look at positive.
Unfortunately, the people that he is killing and hurting are not considering it entertainment. So I'm sorry, I do have to disagree with you that it is not fun for those of us who are being hurt by him. And people
let's go
on to nicer things.
The word fun is the fun. The word fun is the pun here, you know, because the character is just doing things. He changes the tariff every day, and 68 times he has done. He has messed up so many countries. Some countries want to sue him. Scotland, where he has got a golf course, will now charge him his tariff as well. So, you know, we just don't know what's going to happen.
Well, we're in the middle of a great awakening, and the great awakening is the systems that we once thought were the solid systems where all the answers could come from are starting to be exposed as not. And so that's a call for everybody to come back to our core and not get tangled up in, you know, all the distortions and all that kind of. I think Daisy Lee put it so well. She said, you know, in the documentary, she said, you know, we can't control everything in the world. What we can control is ourselves. And the science shows that when we come back to core, when our students come back to core, that's rippling out through the global consciousness. The planet's vastly less violent than it's ever been before in human history. Violent crime rates are at 40-year lows in most countries around the world. There's a global revolution of consciousness that's happening that's never going to get reported on the 6 o'clock news. And so I encourage my students, don't watch the 6 o'clock news. Come back to your core.
Don't get depressed.
Practice Tai Chi. That's what we got.
It's just dancing shadows. It's dancing shadows. It's almost irrelevant to what it is that we're doing here.
Yeah.
Yes. I use the metaphor of the lotus flower. You know, the muck is very clear. The toxicity is so, it's all
but the evening news promotes this muck. What I'm saying is that when you look at the data, humanity is evolving. We're in the middle of a great global transformation of humanity. The media is distortion. It's distraction. It's not going to get us where we want to go. We're not going to solve this with political arguments. It's going to be getting people to realize that finding our core is where everything changes. And the science shows the world is changing in beautiful ways, but you're never going to see it on the news because the news sells fear. It sells fear and it sells distortion. And so I'm always encouraging my students, get out of that world. Get out of that world. Focus on coming back to core. That's how we're going to change the world. Yeah.
Let's unite.
I think the work that you're doing is part of that, is being able to enable people who need to come back to our core, who want to come back to our core, looking at all of the healing arts. Tai Chi and Qigong are great healing arts, but there are lots of other healing arts. You're bringing them all together under one joint cohesive movement. And I think that is really, really part of the global awakening that Bill talks about. I think it's really important. So definitely keep doing that.
Sharon told something very important. Sharon told something very important about lotus flower. It's such an important flower because that is a very central part of the Indian traditional system, where the lotus, which actually grows in dirty water and filthy water, but nothing touches it. You can drop anything, it always remains clean. And that should be the purpose of our life. Nothing happens, whatever happens around, we got to be clean.
We're just here to remember that we're beings of light, and the only reason we're here on this planet is to shine this light. And this light of connection and compassion and healing is much more powerful than all these little distortions and distractions and divisions and all that kind of stuff. So it's like we're tuning. We're the point men on reconnaissance for the entire human race by constantly coming back to core. So we as a movement, that's what we want to promote, is helping people remember what we are, which is beings of light. And then all those dancing shadows and distortions, they'll just kind of untangle on their own, as everybody keeps coming back to core.
Yeah, you talk about the dancing shadows, and I just think of coming back just to the Tao and to the yin yang, and that's always the balance of the dark and light in this realm. This is the realm of polarity, so we just have to dance with it.
But the distortions, they're coming to light, and so if we just keep coming back to core, it'll just help things keep being exposed into the light. And things will work themselves out in huge ways, but the power that we have as a mind-body movement is to just create this, bring people out of the fear, because that's what the mainstream culture does. It promotes a fearful view of like our bodies. When people watch those pharmaceutical ads all day long, they get the idea that their body's a ticking time bomb getting ready to go off, and they need to run out and get those 12 different pharmaceuticals that they were told that they need to get so that they can stop this ticking time bomb. And so, but when we go to the core, then we remember that we're a healing machine. The body's a healing machine. We can relax out of the way. And this fractally is reflected through every aspect of society. So politics, economics, everything, like all that stuff. When we come back to core, it just spreads this coherence of consciousness. And it's not the fear. It's not the fear and division thing. So there's kind of two things going on. There's compassion and love, and there's fear. And then fear turns to hate, and all that kind of stuff. But it's, reminding all of our students that we're beings of light. We're just here to bring this light into the world, that we're like vortexes.
Clara.
Yeah, we are, and the more we keep choosing the light and the high frequency, the more that's going to transmit into the world. But what I'd just like to say, you keep mentioning this word core and bringing people out of fear, and quite a lot of folk are fearful about coming into a relationship with themselves. And I feel that I've seen it. Qigong gives people a reason to engage with themselves because it's so multi-leveled and layered. I remember my first experience, I hadn't even heard of mindfulness. This was back in the early 90s, and I went to a Qigong class, and I was so engrossed with how I was being called to be aware of every movement that it became, it was also obvious once it was pointed out to me, but I hadn't realized it before. And that gift of giving people back to themselves that these practices offer is just gold in this day and age. And that the grounding that we spoke about earlier allows us to surrender into the yin that will hold us through everything, with our breath, with our roots, but also, as you say, the dantians, the lower dantian that we work with a lot. Why? Because it's foundational and it nurtures the middle dantian. It cannot not nurture the middle dantian, the heart. And so to have the heart in a deeply supported place by these lower chakras, lower dantians, and the earth allows us to expand way more into that heart field, up into the upper dantian as well, so that we are a unified being, and all these aspects of ourselves come into this one presence. And that enables others to switch on to theirs, because we're transmitting that frequency, and it is an invitation
Thank you,
Yes.
Clara. And time to wind up now. And we have all agreed that we are going to bring some peace and calmness on the earth together to form better communities. We're going to go around the panel here for 30 seconds. If you could give some peaceful, nice message, and then Sharon, you can maybe finish with any meditation you like and thank everybody. Wai Ching, you go first for the 30 seconds, whatever beautiful moment you want to share.
Just return to silence and stillness. That's how I'm feeling now. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for the presence of everybody here, just feeling your presence and your light. I'm grateful.
Gratitude from Wai Ching. Anakul, what is a peace message for you that can form better communities and peaceful and calm minds?
I'm in peace all the time. As long as I keep on collecting information from everybody. I learn things from. I'm all the time learning. I said, "Oh, what is that?" I'm very inquisitive about what is going on. It is such a pleasure to know all of you. Amazing.
And as a top-class surgeon here in United Kingdom, we are very proud of you. You are indeed a man who like collating information and then share the knowledge with people. Thank you, Anakul. Clara, what peaceful moment will you like to share with us?
I just did.
So there you are. You are peaceful. You've already delivered and you are...
Because your peace is always there. I think other people have spoken into this earlier today, that it's always there. It's never not there. And it's deeply compassionate. So when you return to peace, it doesn't tell you off. It welcomes you back. And that comes from a willingness to rest into the peacefulness that is your truth at your center. And to know that that is real is such a relief. You don't have to go anywhere. It's always inside of you. And people call it by different names. God, the Tao, the void of all possibility. But it's that peacefulness of presence and power that's within you always. So trust it, nurture it well.
Thank you. That was content, Clara. Bill, your 30-second message that can just make the world feel good.
Well, in our classes, we always remind students that the 50 trillion cells of our body, they're like the children of the mind, and they like to play. They like to play. And so when we go into these mindfulness practices and we feel and we go into gratitude consciousness where we enjoy the sensation of our being, and we just play with these 50 trillion cells by being present and enjoying the sensations that they're experiencing, then the health of the body just completely transforms the DNA expression and everything. And so as we play with these things, we get reminded that the universe is a playful place. It loves it when we enjoy the experience of our lives and our world. So as a mind-body community, if we can touch into that constantly and remind ourselves how beautiful these bodies are, how beautiful this world is, how beautiful this humanity is, then that the universe loves that and it thrives on that, and then it wants to give us more of that.
Thank you. So that's transformation message from Bill. Keep happy. Transform yourself into peacefulness. CJ Rhodes, what have you got lined up for us?
Well, I've got to say my heart is just full of gratefulness and acknowledgement in all of you and the peace that you bring and talk about and the just the entire thing. Annika, I think this is the first time I've met you. I don't know if we have ever spoken before. I've known everybody else, but just knowing this group and knowing how wonderful it is that you can all come together. I encourage us all to think about meeting with each other, conforming with each other. I have a festival going on in June in New York. If any of you are any close to New York and at the first weekend in June, please make sure you let me know and I will
show the film. We should show the film.
Oh yeah, we should absolutely, Sharon. We should show the film at that festival. That would be a great idea. So I'll talk to you further about that. But also to remember the scientific Western side where people sometimes need to approach all of this stuff in a slightly different way in order to get the benefits of it. And the Osher conference at Harvard Medical School is very important in that meeting of the two worlds, as are all of you. So I just acknowledge and am grateful for knowing you all, and hope that we can connect further in the future toward our mutual goals.
Connect in the future, preserving the past and shaping the future is what CJ Rhodes is saying. Thank you very much. And now, Sharon, you can now finish with whatever you like, so we can have peace, calm, liberty, love.
As always, I would like to finish with the Gayatri mantra.
Please go ahead.
Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi